Hey, cheers, my mates. Sorry for the wee bit of a delay. We're still waiting for Kevin. There was a wee bit of a technical snafu. So, hello, and let's celebrate a wee bit. My name is Paul. I am from the Czech Republic, small YouTube channel, Logical Checkmate, and today we are celebrating the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, not found being not guilty. So, Johnny, would you like to introduce yourself, mate?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm Johnny Walker Dread, and I've got the ganja smoking Lion of Judah behind me here. But feeling really, really good, man. That was an awesome victory. We were all relieved. The forces of good won out, and now we do have to put the final nails in the dragon, and that's of course Thomas Claire Binger. But at any rate, enough of me. I should say I have my own YouTube channel. I have over, well, let's see, about 400 videos, and almost all of them are related to Kyle Rittenhouse. I just posted 4 today. So if you have any interest in Kyle Rittenhouse and Dominic Black, let's not forget him. He's having some troubles too. Actually, Kyle, I guess, is in pretty good shape now, but Dominic is in running around working with trying to fend off Thomas Claire Binger, so we don't want to forget him. And so I'm also drinking some Evan Williams tonight. This is one of my favorite drinks for when you have a whole bunch of people coming over. You don't want to spend a lot of money, but you do want them to enjoy the whiskey. It's pretty good and it's pretty damn cheap. It's $23 for almost 2 liters. So, anyway, enough of me. I'll let you guys go around and introduce yourselves.
Yeah, Kevin, if you could, and only just a few words about you.
All right, am I unmuted? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, all good.
All right. I'm Kevin Mathewson. I am the editor of the Kenosha County Eye right here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I've been covering the Kyle Rittenhouse case pretty extensively over the last year and a half, and looking forward to the discussion for tonight.
Cool. And Replay, our small community doesn't need much of an introduction to you, but still, could you say a few words about you, since you are kind of a mystery man?
I guess occasionally post comments in Beetle, so that's all I'd say myself.
You just stay a mystery. By the way, it doesn't sound like Kyle. How many times was he accused of being Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, precisely.
And I was accused of being his dad.
Yeah, you don't sound much alike. Anywho, by the way, guys, take note of Ripley, because he's one of our fans, and he was, more than willing to join us here. So that also goes for you. If anyone would be like to join us and just shoot some fun and stuff like that, just talk a wee bit, you're more than welcome. So, guys, the verdict. I mean, I was incredibly pumped, I must say, and yeah, it's just wow, awesome. I hope you kind of felt the same way too.
Oh yeah,
yeah, definitely. Depending on the angle, you can actually see how excited I was in the verdict. I don't know. I'm that chubby guy with the blue.
Yeah, I see you that, with stoic expression, okay.
And it was interesting because, like, with the first verdict, it was kind of confusing because the first verdict I think was for Rosenbaum, but there were lesser included. So when they said as to count 1 not guilty, I didn't know if that meant a sweeping not guilty for all the lesser included too, or if that was just that just for the highest one, the intentional homicide. So I didn't know right away to start rejoicing until she moved to count 2, not guilty, count. And once number 5, not guilty, it was like, wow, this is happening. So
hey man, you should have been in on the chat, because I was just getting them saying not guilty, and I'm like, on which counts? There were at least 5 of them. There's also these lesser charges, and they're just saying not guilty.
100%.
Hey, Paul, did you get another code? Did you get another code or no?
No, maybe. Only
If you
a
did,
second.
just put it in the private chat for me.
No, unfortunately,
Oh, I'll
no,
try
no,
again.
nothing here.
Can you
By
put
the way,
your
guys,
email
in all
address in
case,
the private chat when you get a second?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. Ripley, what were you doing when the verdicts were being read out? What was your interaction there?
Replay,
I'm not hearing you.
replay. You are
You're
muted now.
muted. You're
Replay.
muted. He's on mute.
All right, we're gonna have to wait and like maybe a bit for replay. By the way, guys, I don't know if you will be taking one from Replay's book because he's now going around YouTube and basically saying, "Hey, I told you so" in his old, like arguments and stuff like that. So you're definitely free to do that as well. But you can also show the other side of your face, So we have another, newcomer, Victims Matter. Hey, cheers, mate. What's up?
Hey, victims.
Hey guys, how are you?
Can we just
Oh,
give
good.
you a pet first name, just something to call you tonight?
Yeah, I think we can call him Sauron. That could go, right?
I'll take Sauron, or you can do Luke, whichever you prefer.
Yeah. So
Okay.
cheers, man.
So what would be kind of interesting is if we could each go around and kind of describe what we were doing and stuff. Well, we kind of know what Kevin was doing. He was there inside the courtroom. But what were you doing at the moment the verdict was read? Paul, why don't you start us off?
I was actually driving, at the time, so I could not, be like, I couldn't unfortunately be online or something like that. But yeah, I was driving and. Oh well, you've seen my reaction, immediately, in the shot.
How did you keep from speeding? I mean, you must have had your foot on the accelerator when you're listening to the verdicts.
I had the cruise control on, so it was all good. But yeah, I was extremely fuck yeah, and I was just wondering, and which I did not blame them at all. How basically Kyle and stuff like that just immediately get out of there, for safety concerns and stuff, because Too bad he couldn't, just walk like a free man, for a cinematic, picture out of the front, the main entrance and be like, "Yep, guys, I'm free" and stuff like that. But yeah, that would be quite a lot of unhappy people, I guess.
That would take some balls.
Yeah.
What is the time difference between you and us, Paul?
I'm right now at 3 a.m. So yeah.
Oh boy.
It's I'll go in for a beer in a bit because someone needed to sort some technical difficulties, so I didn't have time to pick it up. So it's either it would be the earliest I would have a beer, but definitely not the lightest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was at work, and all I could do was watch the chat, which, by the way, is an absolutely terrible way to follow what's going on because there's no context behind anybody's comments. They just write like, "Oh no," with exclamation points. Like, what the hell's that mean? So yeah, I was kind of left in the dark. I was not able to watch the verdict until later because I work for a living.
Right. No, I'll tell me about it. What about you, Sauron? Where have you been?
I was at work, but I was actually in a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with a member of our engineering team, and he was listening to it in the background as it was being read. And when the verdict came out, he was like, "Huh. Well, good news. Being a moron still isn't illegal in this country."
Not yet, at least.
Yeah. Hey, cheers, Baruski.
We're all right.
What about
How you doing,
man?
gentlemen?
All good. By the way, I would just quickly want to ask also the audience, is the audio going through all good? Because sometimes I have technical issues where I'm way too quiet compared to others. So just tell me.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Okay.
Me,
what about you,
you sound great to me. For me, while I was I was at a Mexican restaurant, my favorite Mexican restaurant, and I saw that the verdict came in, and I just like the people at the restaurant were probably like, looking at me funny because I just went yeah, and then I paid my check and left.
There were refried
Cool.
beans everywhere.
Hey, cheers, Neil.
Yo.
Just a quick technical issue. Do you want us to add your channel to the live stream too, or?
If you have the ability to do it, go right ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm getting off Discord now.
So Neil, I just got a copyright warning from Glowwiki.
Oh,
Is
I
it
was
allowed
wondering
to
if
do
that
that?
was actually you on that stream, Kevin. I wasn't sure.
No. Oh yeah. But no, what happened is I was leaving the courthouse one of the days, and Glowwiki followed me and was like trying to get me to fight him and kept screaming at me, and all the news cameras obviously were like, "What's going on here?" So they started following us, and I didn't bite, and finally we got to an intersection. And there's cameras everywhere, and I said, "Everybody, this guy's obsessed with me. He's kind of a little mentally unstable. He's a career violent felon who beat his wife within inches of death." And he didn't like that, but he posted the stream. So I copied his stream, posted it to my channel just so people can see how psychotic the dude is. So apparently he
Forgive me for saying this, Kevin, but it didn't appear that he was a big fan of yours.
No, not at all.
by the way, can you kind of clue us in on who Kevin Glowwiki is? Not everybody here is familiar with him.
He honestly,
Yeah, me included.
I didn't know who the guy was until all this happened, and he calls himself a journalist. But a journalist, I don't call myself really a journalist. I have a dog in the fight with most things, like we all do. But he'll go to cover an event with quotation marks, and he'll chant, with people. And it's like, well, once you start chanting with people and stuff, then you're no longer a journalist. You're now an activist. You're joining. And so I did some searching and I found out, this is a bad dude. A lot of bad felonies on his record, and he got pulled over and arrested for, I think, his second or third DUI, and one of the cops was a African American, and he called him the N-word. And it's like, this guy's a Black Lives Matter, and he uses the N-word. That doesn't make much sense.
Well, if you
Weird dude.
stream, I don't think anyone's actually Black Lives Matter. I mean,
Yeah.
every argument that he made was, well, that person's not necessarily part of Black Lives Matter. And I'm like, dude, it's not like they're handing out membership cards. You either are for the ideology or you are not.
Right.
Apparently, he didn't believe so.
How is that I have not come across this dude?
Well, I only ran into him because I think I do remember at one point Never Stop Voices being somewhere in my list of credits. So I'm not sure, but I didn't know who he was. And then he posted a link in my comments being upset about me spreading that Cortez Rice video. And so I went ahead and joined his stream, and he started cussing me out. And that was my first interaction with him.
Okay, so he's unstable.
Something like that.
Well, I mean, he's got reasons to be upset. Like I was saying, I'm trying to be like a little bit empathetic here. I mean, he was present for stuff that obviously didn't sit with him right. So, but I try to see the best in everybody. So, but yeah, I mean, I was very patient with him because he was just nonstop attacking me in his channel more than once. And I just kept trying to be nice to him. And his chat is full of people that can't even have a rational conversation about Kyle Rittenhouse, and that was clear. So, but that's my background with him. He was apparently present. Like he was standing by the dumpster fire, for example, which is one of the things he and I argued about where he's yelling and screaming at me tonight. So, but that's who he is. He was walking around that night. But anyway, I'm done talking about it for a second.
Yeah.
So he's a street journalist?
Yeah.
Okay, that
Okay. By the way, if I may, since this is a wee bit of a non-serious stream,
Link to the
if I
stream
could
is
ask,
in the chat, guys.
yeah, if you could guys tell me your basically the funniest, like part of the
Yeah, I'm streaming,
trial.
so I can't talk. Sorry about that. But yeah, link to the stream is in the comments. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Logical Jack, mate.
Yeah, I was asking, like if you guys, both in the audience and you, if you could share what you consider to be, let's say, the funniest part of the trial, which, let's be honest, with Binger, there were quite a few.
I don't think they're going to relate to Binger, right?
Well,
I'll go
witnesses
first.
and
I
stuff like
swear,
that.
that
I'll
dude
go
was
first.
only involved in this for comic effect.
I'm going to go first because I don't want any of you to.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I don't want you guys to steal mine. I'm going to go first. So the guy, this photographer guy, Nathan DeBruin, friend of mine now, never knew the guy until this, but good kid. He was out documenting the riots for 3 days, just taking pictures the whole time, tons and tons and tons of photos, and that's all that's all the prosecutors are asking about us. This, you took this photo, you took that photo, you took this photo, right? Over and over and over again. So then Kraus, Sauerkraus, or Penguin, whatever you want to call him, Lunchbox, Fatlock. He says to him, "So, Mr. De Bruin, so did you have a camera with you that night?" And he says, "Well, that's how I would have gotten those photos, right?" we're talking about photos for literally an hour and a half, and then he asked him if he had a camera with him. That was up there, in my opinion.
Right. What about you, Johnny? What's your favorite, like, or funniest, part?
I mean, come on. Binger threatening everybody with the AR-15. Come on. I mean, that's got to be number one. I mean, seriously, who does that?
Well,
Who
Johnny.
takes the AR-15 and sweeps it around the courtroom?
Well, Johnny, here's a funny part about that you wouldn't have seen from home. So at that particular day, I had won the lottery to be in the media seating. So usually I was just sitting by Wendy, Kyle's mom. But this particular time I had won the lottery, so I could sit in the front row right by the jury. And when Binger raised up that AR-15, and he pointed at least 5, 6, 7 of us. And I'm thinking, this idiot. So of course I, in an over dramatically fashion, just like ducked real quick and put my hands up like, this guy's going to kill us all. Right. I mean, it was the weapon was checked by 2 police officers. But he put his finger on the trigger, and it's apparent to me that, I mean, he's held many things in his hand, if you catch my drift, over his years. But it was apparent that it was never a firearm. And he, it's just with Alec Baldwin just happened. It was just the stupidest thing in the world for him to do that.
Yeah.
If you would have seen
trying to pull on the trigger as he was pointing it towards you.
Just what an idiot.
We're gonna have to, next time Replic comes, we're gonna have to let him speak right away because he keeps popping off, Saron, what about you, mate? What was your, let's say, funniest part of the trial?
I'll be honest, I only got to watch part of the trial because I was very busy at work. But I bust out laughing whenever Binger was going on with McGinnis about, oh, he was after the gun. That's your perception. That's just complete guesswork. And McGinnis belts out, well, he yelled F you and then reached for the weapon.
That was seriously awesome.
Yeah. What about you, Bern?
Well, there was a lot of funny media reactions after the trial, but I'd say during the trial, probably my favorite part was when Kyle was describing how he was running to the burning building with the fire extinguisher, and Binger said, well, what was your hurry? Why such an urgent need to get there? And Kyle just went, because there was a fire? I thought that was that was great. I love that moment. Great deadpan delivery by Kyle there.
100%. Neil, what about you, mate?
Man, jeez, stuff that made me laugh. It's hard to really place on the stuff that was funny. I mean, you guys have hit on a lot of it. I do think that Gage Grosskreutz constantly turning to the right and saying, that is correct. That is correct. Which is nowhere near as funny as what you guys are talking about. But it definitely was gratifying to listen to Schifferossi cross-examine him, because that's why I said, well, that reminds me of the scene in Pulp Fiction down in Ned's basement, because that's what it looked like. And if for any of you who don't know what that means, imagine a man bent over a barrel. I don't think I have to take it much further than that, but that's what that looked like because Gage
Yeah.
Grosskreutz got pulled to pieces. I think he probably needed proctologist after that.
Okay, which one of you is the YouTube expert?
That would be Paul.
I
So
guess
I went
me.
to YouTube Studio to enable streaming, and it says only the channel owner can access live streaming.
We're gonna have to deal with that in like some other time, I guess.
Okay, so it's a complicated thing.
Yeah, right now. I thought that you had it, honestly allowed and stuff
gotcha.
like that,
No
what I mean.
problem.
Anyway, if I can, like, for myself, mine was probably the Marine, that I forgot his name, that was testifying, and someone asked him what was his impression or what was going on, and well, there was plenty of assholes, going around, It's like, okay.
Oh, Jason, I think his name was Jason.
Yeah, because you just can't, that's a Marine through and through, if he would be snacking that on crayons, like that would be, like they're cutting it a wee bit more. But that was probably mine. But there were, honestly, that like so many things that can be done into memes straight away that you don't have to even change, one more, to be honest, when Gage Grosskreutz said that he got shot only after he pointed his gun at Kyle, and the lawyer, in the back was like, oh my god. It was a golden one.
By the way, it's odd that nobody mentioned the Kendrys. Their testimony was a gold mine of humor.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have problems with names, so I won't, remember, either one. But the first one,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have to mute for a moment, so I'm just making you aware of the fact I can hear you, but I'm not going to be able to respond.
Sure.
Go ahead.
The first one is Sale. Second one was Sam.
Yeah, okay. So Sale, oh my god, he was so hilarious, and stuff like. And especially what was hilarious was that. Like a day later after that testimony surfaced the video where they speak with perfect English without an accent, and I don't have any problems understanding.
Yeah,
So,
and by the way, you're in charge of inventory, but you don't know how many cars were burned.
Yeah.
It was just like that kind of stuff. It was truly amazing. I mean, obviously, they were just wanting to get off that stand so bad. I mean, they really didn't want to be there.
Yeah. Definitely.
Was your business on fire? Which day? Was it ever on fire? Was it ever on fire any day, ever? Can you repeat the question? Yeah, those guys. Everybody knew those guys were lying, especially Binger. Binger knew they were lying. And actually in Wisconsin, it's unethical to accept testimony you know not to be truthful. So if you're an attorney and you're and it's your witness and you're asking them questions you know they're lying, that's considered unethical. It's called putting up a witness to false testimony. Just like when he asked Gage about, which we're all going to have to look into, is that his magically expiring gun
permit.
CCW permit. Yeah, we're going to have to look into that.
Hey,
I'm
Kevin, I
not
got a
sure what
question
it's
for
called
you.
in Wisconsin, but in most states, that's actually a crime. It's called suborning perjury.
Oh, yeah. Wait, say
What's
that again.
the lawyer
Suborning?
supposed to do?
Suborning perjury.
Right. So it's obviously unethical, but if your witness is offering something you know is not true, what are you expected to do about that? I mean, announce to everybody he's lying.
No, that's when they do a sidebar or something. Obviously, probably not even in the presence of the gallery. They'd probably go to the judge's chambers. I know if I work for defense attorneys, so for a defense attorney, let's say their client says, "Yeah, I killed the bastard," right? So that limits your attorney's ability. So if the attorney puts you on the stand and says, "Did you kill the bastard?" and he says, "No," then technically the attorney has to withdraw his counsel. So he has to ask for a sidebar, go to the judge's chambers, and he has to say, I can't proceed. I'd ask that you let me withdraw his counsel. Boom, there'd be a mistrial. It'd be tried again. That's why usually you don't see attorneys asking their clients the $1 million question of if you did it.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Notably, that
What?
same rule doesn't apply the exact same way on cross-examination. So,
Right,
yeah.
because you during cross-examination you expect people to lie a lot of times.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I mean, if like, in the same example, if you don't ask your own client the $1 million question and the prosecution does on cross and they lie, you don't necessarily have to withdraw. You can't elicit testimony that you know is false.
Exactly. That's exactly correct.
What's that say
Definitely.
here? My stream, but our version is clearer. I don't think I understand.
He's making fun of the video that the defense
Yeah.
was sent.
Okay.
Yeah, that was. Well, I wanted to kind of transition that, because of all the shady stuff that Binger pulled over the last year, and I must say I was screaming on the screen when they were basically going over that because Miss. Again, I'm terrible with names, like the Carlson, the Miss that was representing Carl too, that was helping there. And she was going over that, the data, the metadata, and she was comparing two irrelevant values. That was the creation of the higher version, high definition version of the video and the lower. And I was screaming, no, compare it to the email. If it was created before the email was sent, it's definitely some foul plays involved. But guys, if you could, Johnny, you are definitely most knowledgeable out of us about the case. If you could tell me the most unethical thing that Binger did, in your opinion.
Oh my gosh, it's vast.
Yeah.
The most unethical. Oh wow, I'm gonna have to think about this because that is actually. I mean, and I'm not joking. It is a vast. Because he's done so much. I mean, Kevin, you would probably be the one that would maybe chime in on this one.
Kevin, I think you're muted on your microphone, mate.
The number one thing that he did that was unethical, in my opinion, and we'll all probably agree, is to charge the case. So in this case, that decision was made by his supervisor, Mike Gravely, the elected district attorney here in Kenosha. But if I was the assistant district attorney and the decision was made to charge it by my boss, I would tell him, no, I'm sorry. I can't prosecute this case because it goes against my ethical conduct. I do not believe I can prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. So the first and biggest mistake Binger made was saying, boss, I'll take the case because it was an unwinnable case. And in Wisconsin, it is unethical to charge an unwinnable case. You're under an ethical obligation not to bring a case forward unless you can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's a good answer. So
I'm back around when it's my turn, by the way, guys. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, all good, Nell. So why don't you now go?
Can I ask a follow-up question over to Kevin?
Sure.
So are you saying that Kevin, that it's Gravely that really wanted this, and Binger may not have been all that enthusiastic? What's your take?
No. Binger was happy to take it. Binger was happy to take this case.
I can still hate it. Okay, good.
He hates the Second Amendment. And if you look at the actual complaint, so the person who actually charged this case is a prosecutor by the name of Carly McNeil, who is now the deputy district attorney. So she was in charge of charging the case. So she read through the police reports. She drafted the criminal complaint. She signed the bottom. It was notarized because criminal complaints in Wisconsin are under oath. So the prosecutors are staying under oath that what I am saying is being alleged. I mean, obviously they can't testify under oath that the facts are true, but the allegations are true. So this is our complainant. This is what he or she is saying. Boom, under oath. So it was actually filed by the now deputy district attorney, the number 2. But in these cases, you'll see that the number 1 in charge is always the one making these big decisions. It's never going to be a lower person. So Binger more than likely volunteered to take the case. Zaff didn't want anything to do with it. So if you notice Binger's prints and his signatures on all the pretrial motions, Zaff didn't even talk. If you guys remember in the beginning, he never said a word. And after all the death threats and stuff, he said, "Fuck this, I'm gone." Right. And he left the office. He doesn't work for the DA's office anymore. And then that's when Lunchbox got his chance to claim to fame or whatever. And he just gets made fun of. I mean,
Glad to see you took advantage.
say it again. Yeah,
Glad to see
exactly.
you took
And
advantage of
he's
that.
another one. He hates the Second Amendment, big time liberal. So, and I'm going to be having some good news coming in the next few weeks that we'll have to have another streaming party and talk about because you guys are going to like this. But I can't say it yet. But
Okay.
it has to
fair
do with
enough.
the DA's office. But
You know, like,
yeah. So after Neil goes, I got some more I want to talk about. So let's go. We're going to go in.
Okay.
Are we going counterclockwise? So I guess it would be Sauron next, huh?
All right.
And
Yeah.
I'll-
Let me know when I'm up because I'm still.
Let's
sharing
go
the screen.
first with Neil because like he needs
Oh,
to
okay.
get on that jump off
He's
and all.
itching
So.
at it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well,
Neil.
okay, so the active question is still what I thought was the most unethical thing. Is that what I remember?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so the most unethical thing in the trial, God, it would be easier to say what was ethical. Putting on people you know are lying. That's a good one. But oh yeah, trying to you can't fucking talk about somebody's Fifth Amendment rights. That's
Yeah,
not
that was a big one.
okay. Yeah, and then you
100%.
also can't this whole issue of like the way he tried to slide in Mr. Rittenhouse, this isn't the first time you wished you had your AR-15, is it? And I'm like, and the judge was like, bitch, I will fucking kill you. You
And so,
know,
yeah,
like-
that was a different issue actually, but right around the same time.
Yeah.
Yep, that
Even
was the
kindergartners leaped up
that
and
was-
said, "He can't do that."
that was the other act motion that was denied by the judge, but Binger still thought he could talk about it for some reason.
Oh,
no,
Well,
and that's
no,
why I
he
used
knew
that
he was
because
doing wrong.
yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
put that little clip of him saying, "You remember when you said you were acting in good faith?" Yeah, I don't believe you. I put
Yeah,
that
that was
judge
perfect.
quote at
Oh,
the end of.
the-
That's why I threw that clip at the end of my video about him lying about Rosenbaum being present. You know,
And just so you guys understand, this judge lives downtown, and this judge is a conservative, good old boy, and he is pissed about these riots. He talks about them anytime he gets a chance. And if you guys remember, during one of the pretrial motions, Binger tried saying some shit like, "Well, it was just a couple of minor arsons," and the judge
Yeah.
is like, "What are you talking about? Minor and arson do not go together in the same sentence." So old man Bruce saw this bullshit from the beginning, and he wasn't going to have it. So his pissed offness was building up throughout the trial, and it finally reared its head twice. So I mean,
Yeah.
this is well,
Kevin, how much experience have you had with Bruce Schroeder?
quite a bit. So if I go to cover a story and I want to take photographs in court, I have to get permission from the judge. So I deal with him a lot. I've sat second chair for attorneys in his courtroom a lot for murder trials and other things. So yeah, I mean, what I will say is, even though some people disagreed with some of his things, like letting his cell phone, ring without silencing it right in the middle of a trial, those are things you got to give him credit that he's always done. So he didn't wipe his image for this trial. What you saw before is what you saw during the trial. So at least he's the same. He's
I kind
not.
of suspected that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, guys. If we can get space to others, so hey, first of all, hey, cheers, gentrified. Hello. How should we call you? Just
Hello.
gentrified, or something else.
I mean, you can call me Amelia. That's my name. So.
Amelia.
Okay. Cool. So, hey, cheers. For those of you who do not know, who Emilia is, she's from our small Twitter group that formed around this case. So, I mean, we get right to you, but first of all, Sauron, could you tell us, your most unethical moment in your opinion?
Well,
From
V-Radio
Binger?
stole my answer. If I think the Constitution is very important, and treading on it is
so?
extremely unethical. And the fact that he did it twice, the judge told him to knock it off, and then he just did it again. That was extremely unethical. With the things that are left, I would say that I don't believe for a second that the lower quality video was an accident.
Yeah.
That's a Brady violation. Whether it was done on purpose or via gross reckless disregard, it's a Brady violation in either case. And it's kind of sad in our country that prosecutorial misconduct of extreme nature rarely nets any kind of a punishment.
And you know why?
Or so.
Because the ones controlling the charging decisions for prosecutorial misconduct are the prosecutor's office. That's why.
They're all lawyers. They
Yeah.
protect their own.
Something like that. What about you, Bern? What's your moment?
Well, I agree with Kevin that bringing it to trial in the first place was probably the most corrupt thing, and that's mainly because of the consequences of making Kyle a figure and making it harder to win defamation lawsuits like he was with murder. So now people who smear him, like he's a public figure now, the bar for him is much tougher to win defamation lawsuits. But he already said that. So I would say probably the other thing that I think is the most corrupt is that Binger was not. I think that he wasn't speaking about the trial in a legal sense, but playing it up to the media and to ignorant people. For instance, his argument about full metal jacket bullets, like anyone who's a gun owner knows that's just like a scare term. Like, you know, all target rounds for the most part are full metal jacket except for rimfire bullets. That's really not that big of a deal compared to, you know, obviously hollow points don't go through people the same way, but I'm assuming his gun was loaded with target rounds because that's where he went. Then other things like that, like for instance, you know, kind of playing to the liberal media thought of, you know, if you bring a gun to a protest, you don't have the right to defend yourself. Like that's something that he said. If you bring a gun, then you don't have the right to self-defense. That's type of like bullshit leftist talking points that you hear on like MSNBC and like through the Young Turks and that sort of stuff. Not a legal argument. So I really thought that him playing up to the media in order to damage Kyle's reputation, because I don't think he believed he had a chance of winning at trial, was probably the most corrupt thing other than bringing it to trial in the first place.
Arson. What about you, Emilia?
Can I say one thing real quick?
Sure.
So Johnny will back me up on this. He's aware of this, that I'm a person who's on the left. Not all left-leaning people agree with that nonsense. Okay?
Me
Just
too.
throwing it out there.
Tell me about it. So, Emilia, what about you? The active question is the most unethical moment of the trial, or, you know, like the case itself, you know, the saga from Binger, if you have something.
As far as unethical goes, I think the trial being brought in the first place is probably one of the things, especially, yeah. I mean, I know that's vague and kind of wide span, but.
Awesome. Yeah, that was making sense. For me, what it was that Binger was literally blackmailing Kyle, and for those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, when the Pudgy's Pub incident where Kyle was having his photos taken with Proud Boys or what the fuck ever, right? Binger wanted to increase his bail and put him back in jail. And one of the arguments that he used was that Kyle not living on the address that he left with the court was putting the person that was living there right now, was exposing them to danger.
Yeah.
And he was the asshole, Binger was the asshole who refused to keep Kyle's address a secret. And I'm like, how's that not a like literally, that's like, okay, you can either make some sort of a deal with us or you can die, basically. And I'm like, holy shit, what an asshole.
Well, even worse, that was logically inconsistent.
By the way, I need to come back now. I do now know the most unethical part, and that was Binger's decision to try this case on emotion rather than the law. And I know that V-Radio will back me up on this. He did not try this case based on legality.
He was always character assassination from opening gate. It was character assassination.
Mm-hmm. Playing the showing the autopsy photos of the deceased. Bad call.
What the hell was that?
There is no need to do that. That's just, I mean, especially for the families of those two. You don't need to show autopsy photos unless the wound is somehow contradicts what somebody said. But in this case, we knew Kyle shot these men dead, period. That was not in dispute. So showing the dead bodies was in bad taste, in my opinion. Wasn't necessary. To your point, Johnny, it was to try to play to the emotions of the jury. Nobody likes looking at a dead person, even a dead pedophile. It's sad, no matter what.
Right.
Well, and law of self-defense actually talked about why he acted the way he did. I don't know if any of you follow Andrew Branca, but he said when you're arguing a case, and this is true, I've been an expert witness on various occasions. If the facts are on your side, pound the facts. If the law is on your side, pound the law. And if neither the facts nor the law are on your side, you pound the table. And that is what he was doing.
And that's the thing too, is a lot of people are talking about how good Kyle's attorneys are, and they are very good attorneys. But what they had was the facts on their side, which made them, I think Johnny could have defended that case without a law license. All of you probably could have. You play the videos and you rest.
I thought that the defense made it a little bit harder than it should have been, but that's just me.
Yeah.
By
Definitely.
the way, we missed a humorous moment, and that was Krause explaining to the jury that an ass whooping is just kind of what you expect. Come on.
Oh, gosh.
Can you imagine the females, especially if they've been sexually assaulted, listening to James Krause tell them that, hey, an ass whooping, that's no big deal. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and Chris Cuomo on CNN, when he was interviewing Mr. Roberts, said basically, oh yeah, he should have, maybe Mr. Rosenbaum just wanted to beat him, we'll never know. And I'm like, that's kind of the point, we won't know, I'm not giving someone a chance or literally control over if I live or die, just saying, you know what I mean?
So I want to get this one out of here because this one hasn't been reported on. But Tom Binger, T. Claire, sent an email out to all the media pool, which included me on November 16th. So this was just a few days before the verdict. Obviously, he knew the case was done. So he said this: our office has received requests from several media organizations for an interview or press conference after the jury reaches its verdict in this case. I want to thank you for your inquiries and let you know that I understand and appreciate your responsibility to report on this case and provide information to the public. In considering your requests, I've reviewed Wisconsin Supreme Court Rules 20.36 and 20.38, which set forth ethical responsibilities of attorneys and in particular prosecutors with regard to trial publicity. In light of these ethical guidelines, I've concluded that it would not be appropriate for our office to comply with your request. Thank you. So notice what he said there is everybody wants to talk to us after the verdict is read, and he cites these two Supreme Court rules that says, I can't do it, I'm sorry. But if you remember, just a few days ago, he did an interview with the Chicago Tribune. Did you guys read that? Where he said, I wanted to remind Kyle that just because he was found not guilty does not mean he's innocent. Kyle killed two people and will have to live with that for the rest of his life. So here's a conundrum that T. Claire is in, because he either lied to the media when he said he couldn't do interviews, which making a false representation as a lawyer is an ethical violation, or he violated these two Supreme Court rules against media communication when he talked to the Chicago Tribune. So right here, the OLR, the Office of Lawyer Regulation, is going to have a fun time deciding which of those two he violated.
Yeah, we have another one of our family, let's say Leaf. Well, hey man, what's up? I didn't.
Hey guys, just a heads up, because I don't know how many panels you guys have been on, but we have to make sure that when somebody's not getting a lot of traffic, that we just kind of nudge them and let them talk more. Because I didn't get to hear much from Gentrified. So if you guys' streams, I just know when I manage one, you got to make sure that you do it. Somebody may not speak up. So go ahead.
Yeah, just technical difficulties on her part there. Right? She didn't.
Okay, good.
Oh, she comes back in.
Yeah. Leaf, Matt, you're muted. Don't know if you're aware of that. Hello. Okay. There you go. leave?
Difficulties going on, but I will eventually.
We can kind of hear you now. Well, then you muted again.
Yeah, and I think you have internet connection issues, mate. Anyway, guys, do you have some other topic? Because now I kind of lost my train of thoughts and stuff like that. I'll switch it like this. We should give thanks to the community that kind of formed around our channels and around this case, because some of the stuff we made the content on about, we literally couldn't do without you. For example, that Mr. Huber smacked Kyle, twice, was noticed by Mr. Mueller or something like that, I forget the name, on Math or Fellas channel.
Would you say that it was a really hard smack?
Yeah, I would definitely say it was a hard smack.
Well, I mean, his skateboard went flying after he hit him. I'm assuming it was hard enough to make the skateboard go flying through the air.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you say that, because that's exactly when he said it must have been a really hard smack. And that's why we smack like buttons around here. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, those are definitely things. There are quite a few more where some arguments and stuff like that. Where oh yeah, that's a really good point and stuff like that. So if anything, this shows the power of independent media, if you would, because you guys are also our researchers, and you are also our, I don't know, lawyers or something like that, where you come up with arguments and stuff like that, and we can then see, oh yeah, hey, that's a good idea, that works, or that doesn't work. So thanks for that.
Sure.
If I may, did you guys have some, because Johnny, for example, I know that you were cooperating quite a lot with Replay, who had technical issues, what you guys worked on, for example?
I had technical issues?
No, that with Ripley, because Ripley needed to get out, he had technical issues, but I know that you were working a lot with Ripley, so did he...
I hope he gets back on,
Yeah, he kind of gave up. But was there some videos where literally he helped you with and stuff like that?
Yeah, Ripley was really a good source of a lot of information as I was producing these videos. Especially when correcting me. Sometimes I make mistakes, and I would put out videos and I'd have something incorrect, and Ripley would be all over it, especially when it came to self-defense, guns and stuff like that. I've been around guns all my entire life, but I'm not a gun nut. And so I make mistakes when I talk about various weapons and stuff. And he was there to correct me. And he seemed like he had a really good handle on first aid as well. So he must have some EMT training of some sort. But yeah, he was a really good source to keep me in line. And I wish that the left media would have more people like Ripley that would step in and say, that's not quite right. But they don't. They really exist in an echo chamber, and the right does too as well.
Well, I want to, if I could just comment on that, I do want to apologize to V Radio and Victims Matter. I know you guys are on the left side of the aisle. I didn't mean to impugn you when it comes to this Rittenhouse case. I guess what I'm really talking about more is the leftist media, which I consider to be CNN, MSNBC, Young Turks, that sort of stuff.
MSNBC needs to be burned to the ground. MSNBC.
Yeah, it's...
Which you're gonna get strikes
right off the rails. I gotta say, I am stunned at how crazy they've gone on the racial stuff. In order to see this for yourself, all you need to do is tune into the Joy Reid's show and her reaction to the Rittenhouse verdict. It seemed like she had on five black nationalists to talk about this case. That's the way they were talking about this country and the verdict on the trial. Everything to them was white supremacy. And I'm living in America, and I, go to work every day now. And I'm just I'm just not seeing that. I don't think most Americans are seeing that unless you live in an alternate reality. So they've gone off the rails after this whole thing.
I would like to explain this. Race relations is the only conversation they're comfortable in. That's their wheelhouse. So if you start talking about this case outside that bounds, for example, the law and what statutes say, they get uncomfortable with that because they're not used to that. So they're going to pull it back in to race relations because they have all of their pet arguments lined up for it. So
Well, that's
they
just
will
the thing.
always
They'll
play
say
the
that
race card.
they'll say that the law is white supremacy, and the law was built for people like Kyle Rittenhouse to be able to murder people who fight for Black lives. Like that was literally what they were saying on their show. And that type of insanity, I can't believe that that's so mainstream now in the media. Like that's just, I would have thought that would have stayed at like the crazy, Al Sharpton want to be on the Young Turks. Like I thought that would stay in those sectors of like society, but it's gone mainstream, or at least MSNBC version mainstream.
So V Radio's given me a huge education on this. Okay, I got to give some credit to V Radio. Your content is amazing.
Thank you.
He explained basically this racial splitting, this racial narrative, essentially breaks down class analysis, and consequently, it distracts people from the way the rich are taking advantage of the poor by pitting two groups of poor folks against each other. And we can't get past the fact that what you call the liberal media, which I would call the corporate media, is all about maintaining the status quo for their rich corporate owners.
Yep. By the way, we have a new.
Did he drop off? Because I liked where he was going.
No, I'm done.
You probably
I'm done.
love the part where he said you make great videos too.
No, he must have been talking about somebody else. I'm terrible at those.
We have another panelist, Goof Chick. Could you just quickly introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I live here in Kenosha with Kevin, and seeing everything that happened beforehand, I'm curious why the stage wasn't set properly during the trial as to just how bad it was in Kenosha and just how scared we were as residents and how we felt the need to defend ourselves and how we felt the need to either run from our homes and pack our belongings and our pets and our kids and get in the car and go. I never understood why during the trial that picture wasn't painted and why we asked people to help us.
Can I comment on this one?
Yeah, go ahead. I have also one.
And then so that's something actually I just did this evening. I don't know if you followed the stream I just did with Glowicki, but I played the video that Matt Orfilia just made called "Attacking Kenosha" or "Killing Kenosha."
Yeah, that was excellent.
Because that really brings it home, because this constant rhetoric of calling it a peaceful protest is so ridiculous. But it's also what I was going to say is that it seems like the chronology of events in the minds of people in this situation begins with Kyle Rittenhouse showing up with a rifle. They don't talk about anything that led to that. They don't discuss that. That's why when I was on the stream with him earlier, I asked him, because he was, people who are on his anti-Kyle side of things basically say, we don't know what we're talking about. We don't live there. I mean, other than Mr. Matheson here, obviously, you can't say that to him, but and so I was like, so what about the old man who they knocked out and broke his jaw because he was, shooting a fire extinguisher at them to get them to leave his business alone. And he didn't even get memory hold. He didn't even have that in his memory. As in he put that out because that's not relevant to the version of it that's in his head. So, and that's a common problem with the whole left. It's not just him. I'm not just picking on him. Is that all of the negative things that were done in Kenosha leading up to Kyle being there are for some reason invisible. It all starts with a kid who crossed state lines with an illegal firearm. And obviously this is all wrong. Don't get triggered. That's where it all starts. And he went there to kill. That's their version of it. And so it seems to me the media only helped with that. I don't know. I didn't watch the right-leaning media much, but I'll leave with this on this is that was one of the reasons why I felt it was fantastic watching Drew Hernandez going, yes, at the violent riot. Yes, at the riot. It was a dangerous riot. Yep, it was a riot. At the end of everything he said, because
Antifa
not
and
enough was
BLM.
being said about that. Right. So anyway, I believe Matheson was. You guys, you're checking.
Well, the thing you guys got to realize, and it's tough, but the jury is all lives in Kenosha County, so the jury experienced it all firsthand. So those of you at home watching from all around the world, the Czech, East Coast, West Coast, you guys kind of if you guys were the jury, you'd have to be acquainted with it, right? You'd have to see the pictures of the burning cars. You'd have to see the guy, the police captain being knocked unconscious. But those jurors, all 20 of them, lived this. So the reason probably why it wasn't harped on over and over is just because they lived it. And that's why I think the liberals because remember, Kenosha is a predominantly left city. We're talking maybe 55 to 60% liberal. So that jury was 55 to 60% liberal on the average. And so I think you had more luck getting a acquittal from a liberal here in Kenosha because we all lived it, and that was my old neighborhood where when I was an alderman, that was my district, these homes that were burnt to the ground. So yeah, it really wasn't played up because it didn't need to be because we had, everybody saw it.
Yeah. And if I can just add.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bernard,
just real quick. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, all good. I just want to say, you can definitely give your 2 cents on it. I would just ask you guys, because there's quite a lot of us, to keep it as short as possible, so we don't get stuck on one topic for too long. Yeah. So, Bern.
I would say as well, because this is a court case, I don't think that the defense team wanted to give the view of vigilantism in any way. Because yes, we all know there was riots there, and Kyle was going there to try and, defend property and that sort of stuff originally. But I don't think they wanted to give any kind of notion that this was a form of vigilantism. So I think that's why that was avoided at trial by the defense team.
Well, yeah, but in my opinion, the worst thing was, with the media not addressing it, properly. And what I've seen from discussions with other people, there is insane lack of empathy, where where simply people will defend their people, they are okay with that, but they don't perceive the residents of Kenosha, of some cities somewhere far away, as well. Those are people as well. They have, what I mean, they have their own lives, they have their own worries, etc. And they don't simply perceive it, in such a way. They simply could not understand why Kyle or anyone else would go there, to defend anything, because for them it's simply doesn't exist. It's just point on a map, we burn it to the ground, so what, That was kind of the gist, I got out of the whole situation.
Oh yeah, and the thing that I got after it happened, after the incident, as a Kenosha resident, was why do you think property is more important than lives? My livelihood is my property. I mean, I may not have a business, but everything that I have is in my house. My family's in my house. My life is in my house. Now, I'm a little bit further away from downtown, a bit closer than Kevin, but I personally, every single night, including Sunday night when it all started with Jacob Blake not complying with police officers, I was watching any live streamer that I could find that would take boots on the ground out in Kenosha, because I surely wasn't leaving my house, right?
Yeah.
So I had all these different points of view on several different devices that I was carrying around my house for days. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't working. I was that consumed with what was happening in Kenosha. But I definitely agree with Kevin, and I definitely agree with Bernuski that by you guys saying why they didn't bring that to light. That definitely makes sense why they didn't bring that to light during the trial.
Yeah, and there you go. That is, by the way, if anyone is doubting that what was happening, that was basically terrorism. What you just described, that you were too afraid to even leave your house. Guys, that is literally Taliban level of terror, literally. Anyway, but since I actually didn't open, my beer yet, so, Johnny, could I just quickly, so I can go, for a few seconds away, we had a question, if you could just quickly clarify, or, sorry, my bad. First, does anyone else has a take on this, for example, victims matter, or,
or gentrified?
Gentrified,
Sorry, yeah, I made it back, my bad. Technical difficulty. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Well, it was just basically why level of destruction in Kenosha, why it wasn't more prominent during the trial? What we thought about it.
Oh, you mean the level of rioting didn't reach this time what it did last summer? Okay, gotcha. I think a lot of them are scared. I mean, I've seen a lot of posts and different things from different accounts that seem a little more, they aren't as emboldened as they were last summer.
Well, sorry. I just wanted to quickly add because V-Radio, and I believe also Johnny Walker Red and Kevin, we all get in private messages, hey, thanks for your work. I could not say this publicly, but thanks, I agree with that, or stuff like that. And this is also where it ties to, because if someone would say on Twitter, for example, hey, it was really bad in Kenosha. It was literally city burning down. He would be crucified in their social circles. And I'm just saying this is precisely what we had here, back in the day during communist or times, or when literal Nazis were occupying us. So yeah, scary times, guys.
Hey, I'd like to go back to the question about the protests and why it wasn't amplified, all the destruction and the riots. Maybe Kevin can maybe correct me here, but I thought that the defense tried to play this thing up too ethically in that respect. I mean, I thought the defense was looking at just strictly at the statutes, what constitutes self-defense and all that. And I think that they kind of wanted to avoid any kind of extraneous emotional type of coverage. And do you agree with that, Kevin? Do you think that that was part of their strategy?
Well, it obviously was part of their strategy because they didn't bring it up. And they knew they had witnesses like Drew Hernandez. That guy I loved him. But yeah, every chance he got. Oh, yeah, you mean the looters? Oh, the rioters and the looters, the violent rioters and looters? Oh, BLM and Antifa? Oh, Antifa and BLM? Yeah. They knew they were going to get it in somehow, but it just wasn't intentional because, like I said, everybody in Kenosha, every single one of the jurors, they knew, they smelled the rubber of the cars that were on fire. Everybody that I know drove down there at one point to get a firsthand look, and it was very scary. I mean, it was just a nasty scene downtown.
Situation. Yeah, Kevin, it was pure chaos. I remember getting reports from random places when after the evening's protests, peaceful protests were done, and then it started getting more violent. I remember getting random reports, the Pizza Hut's on fire, motorcycles are driving down, because so in Kenosha we're basically a grid, east-west, north-south, and to get downtown you literally have basically 3 options from the highway to get downtown. And we were getting notified from various different sources, and we didn't know what was true or what wasn't true, that there were people on motorcycles just throwing random Molotov cocktails and in random directions. So everything from downtown all the way out to almost the interstate was either getting boarded up or somehow closed down or protected, because we had no idea. It was pure chaos what was going on here in Kenosha.
So, Johnny, can I answer your question? Because I think I've been an expert witness in court for certain things at times and places. And the reason they didn't focus on that and the rioting and the looting is because they had the facts and the law on their side. So when you have the facts and the law on your side, you pound those facts and law. You don't need to pound the table. And that is if they had gone that route to, shall we say, sink the bangers level, then it would make their cases look a lot more equal than they actually were, instead of being tilted in their favor on the facts and the law.
So I have a question back in return. Do you think that the defense really pounded facts and law?
I don't think they pounded the facts nearly as hard as they could have.
I got that impression, was here's what the facts say, here's what the law says, make that connection very clear. I didn't get the impression that they were doing that.
I don't think their close was very good, my opinion. And they didn't really tie it together very well. They pounded the facts a lot during the trial, but their close didn't tie that to the law very well.
Thank you, because I got the same impression.
that could be a good round of questions. Is what do we think the defense should have done better?
Yeah.
Stayed home.
Yeah. I think Kevin is probably the best position to comment on that.
Well, I'm pretty sure Shivarasi might have crossed state lines.
I mean, everybody really has some. It's one of those things. Should Kyle have testified? Should he have not? I mean, there's no wrong or right answers to a lot of these things that people, they should have objected more. Well, that's a common criticism I heard. But when you're in their position, you have the facts on your side. You have the law on your side. You have everything on your side. You're good attorneys. If they would have not put Kyle on the stand, they would have had people criticizing them for not doing it. I think they did a good job all around. To be honest with you, so Mark Richards is a Democrat. So that's the interesting thing is a lot of people just assume he's some kind of right wing. I watched him to my dismay talk one of these post verdict interviews where he said we need less guns in this world or something like that.
Yeah, he literally said he didn't feel people should be walking around with AR-15s.
Yeah, which I mean he could say that. I mean that's his right, especially now the trials. If he would have said that before the trial's over, I would have been a lot of us would have been pissed off. But yeah, I mean that's his thought, that's his right. But that just goes to show, he's an attorney that's dedicated to his client. Like he said, he's not an issue attorney where he's, you have attorneys like Kimberly Motley, who she's an attorney for a cause. If I got in trouble, if I got in trouble, she would not represent me. She's got she's an activist attorney, I call him. And that's just not Richards. Richards is loyal to his client. He does whatever it takes to get his client the best outcome possible. And that's what we saw. So a guy that may not have agreed with, people being out there armed still did a great job for his client. Shivarasi, I think they're both excellent attorneys. I don't know if really anybody's in a position to criticize them because, like I said, what you do it, you're damned. If you don't, you're damned. So, I mean, I think they did a good job.
I think I have one quick take on this. Is just that something that frustrated me and Mary Todd and was that we've been studying this footage. Like, if there was a question about whether or not lethal force is justified, why didn't they emphasize the Zeminski gunshot? Kyle testified that he heard it. That would have taken all of that off the table, because at that point, yes, you don't know whether or not Rosenbaum's going to kill you, but Zeminski literally took a step at him, shouted at him that he wasn't going to do shit, motherfucker. He was obviously an aggressor in the scenario. Kyle ran away from him. You'll notice Kyle makes a V line around him too, because he's trying to avoid him as much. They didn't emphasize that, and they should have. The shot from Zeminski, Zeminski's role in this whole thing from the beginning has been frustratingly underplayed, and unfortunately, I feel the defense dropped the ball. Sorry to take up. I'll be quick, but Neil, you're right, and I thought that same thing. But then that was debunked. You may have missed this, and I'll have to go and find it and send it to you. But Kyle, when he took the stand, said something like he downplayed it. So. Yeah, which shows that he's honest, but he said something like, I really didn't know where that gunshot came from, and it really didn't affect what I did. So in that case, Kyle wasn't going to lie. I mean, he could have lied and said, shit, I'm running. This guy's chasing me. I heard a gunshot from behind me. I thought it was this guy chasing me. I turned and shot him. That would have been a much better defense. But Kyle
would have lied like a dog.
Yeah. Kyle would have been in much better position if he would have said, look, this guy was chasing me. I heard a gunshot. I thought that was him. But no, Kyle said, look, I really didn't know where that gunshot came from. If I heard it at all, it was, everything went so quick. So that's the good part. But yeah, I'll look for that again, Neil, because I remember thinking the same thing. That's the case right there. That's the first shooting. That's the most important, because it started the domino effect, and they didn't really, Zeminski shooting a gun in the air. But yeah, Kyle said he made it seem to me like it really didn't play into his mind. So I'll have to find that.
Can I make a comment on that? This is the reason why it's dangerous to put the person on the stand. It's because they'll be too honest. And while you're making a case that, at least in the jury's minds, that, hey, that gunshot really may have, caused him to turn around. You get your witness on the stand, your defendant on the stand. He goes, "No, that wasn't an issue at all," and that just unravels your case. This is the
100%.
reason why it's always dangerous to put your client on the stand, because they can be too honest. It's like in real estate. You don't want the owner of the house around if you're trying to sell the house, because they'll tell the prospective buyers all that's wrong with it.
Fair enough. Victims matter. What about you, Matt? What do you think the defense could have done better?
Honestly, Shiropoulos should have done the close. I really think that he's much better at connecting with the jury. I watched his cross-examination of Grosskreutz, and he's a very patient attorney and very personal at getting to the point. And I really think he would have done a much better close than Richards did, because although they pounded the facts during the case very well, they didn't connect that well to the law at the end. And I think that was a major fault. Now, a lot of people have talked about them not objecting enough. I'll tell you a little bit about objecting a lot before a jury. When you are objecting every third or fourth sentence in front of the jury takes that as you have something to hide. So there is a limitation, if you will, that you might let the other side get away with minor stuff just so you don't sound like you're trying to hide everything. And besides that, Binger, in the process of things that could have been objected to, he literally made his own case work and worse. And there's Sun Tzu, right? Never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. So there's some of that too. So all of that plays in. I don't think the not objecting enough was a strong criticism, but that it did not close the case well.
100%. Before Gentrified, before you go, if I may just quickly, I'll be a bit to my own horn, because with Victims Matter, I believe you are also in that group chat on Twitter. I specifically mentioned this, that could have been the case why they were not objecting so much, and also to make Binger kind of more, feel safe and stuff like that. And I just... I hope that you are correct, because, I'm just saying I'm from completely different country and stuff like that, and kind of, you know what I mean, have understanding of this stuff. So I'm like, damn, I'm I'm surprising. Sorry to take that, but I'm surprisingly understand now. What's the word? Did I understand, like that? And I don't know why. And which is funny when you compare with plenty of other people on Twitter who have absolutely zero understanding. Gentrified.
Yeah.
If you could. What defense could have done better?
Going back to the facts point, my thing, I don't know why they didn't emphasize the time, because I think a lot of people, I know my initial just seeing things unfold the night of, I guess, on Twitter, it was mind-boggling to me that people don't understand, these are decisions you have to make within seconds. These aren't now, obviously, hindsight's 2020. And I don't think people understand. I mean, even just the shot, trigger control or trigger discipline, which I didn't learn about until probably 3 years ago. But, I mean, it's something I don't think a majority of, I guess, anti-Kyle people didn't understand that was something that he had to do at that time. It was dark. It was 100%. Chaotic. The police have lost control from what I have seen, which, I mean, obviously I wasn't there, but just watching the live streams and everything, that was my initial thought, that they didn't emphasize. I think it was 2 minutes and 45 seconds or 2 minutes 55 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, remember that self-defense expert, Jonathan Black, was going to testify about the self-defense nature and the timing, but the judge ruled against that. So he only was able to talk about, how long it took to shoot those 4 shots. That was 0.4 seconds. Man, Kyle, call me weird, but I think there's a little bit of defiant intervention there.
I missed that. Sorry about that.
I still can't believe he didn't outrun the mechanism of the gun, shooting 4 shots in 0.76 seconds. Like that's right at the limit for how fast an AR-15 can actually shoot.
I guess when you're being chased by a pedophile who wants to steal your gun.
When you're excitable.
Yeah, but they didn't know he was a pedophile. But Kevin, you brought up a good point, Kevin. We were talking about when Kyle was on the stand. One of the things that I've been confused about ever since the trial is why a certain demographic of people have reacted in such a way that, well, he was faking it. His emotions were faking it. I was crying right along with him. I mean, I could feel his pain inside me. I could feel his fear and why he was doing what he was doing. Why do you guys think that people are reacting in such a negative way that he was lying or faking it?
May I have this one?
Tribalism.
I can answer that one. Nothing that Kyle could have done would have dissuaded them. They wanted him to be whatever they wanted him to be, and everything he did was going to confirm it. It's confirmation bias. I have been around people with PTSD attacks, panic attacks. That was real. It was very real. And the people who say that it was weak or fake are cruel. They don't get it. And I just think that is incredibly unempathetic for people to say, oh, that was so weak. That was so fake. No, you haven't been around a real panic attack. I have. I've not had them, but I've been around people who have. That was very real.
I'll back up Johnny on this one. So one of the things I do in real life as a charity thing is I counsel men who have been victims of domestic violence and men who have been victims of rape. And PTSD is common, but it's not well understood in men especially. And that was 100% a PTSD episode that he was having on the stand, unable to breathe, unable to process because of the reenactment mentally of his experience.
Yeah. I've seen, for example, body language experts basically react to it, and they were saying that what's the muscle or like the thing that goes up and down in like under the lungs, that helps us breathe. Diaphragm. Yeah, thank you. The contractions of it, are basically, like it's impossible to fake because that is, like subconscious thing, and he had those, and so yeah, guys, like not faked, like in any point. He, for example, people were LeBron James, for example, was making fun of his face and stuff like that, and I'm like, that everyone has basically different faces, like everyone process, like looks differently. I full on kid you not, I knew a girl that was laughing and she sounded like she was crying. I'm serious, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like every time, someone told a joke, she was like, oh, that's so funny, and first time I heard it, I was like, are you okay? Like, what's happening? Like, what was that insulting to you or something like that? Oh, it's so funny. So yeah, everyone
same thing, right?
Maybe LeBron would have had more empathy if he'd had a leg cramp. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Or if someone called him bad names, because apparently he gets people thrown out for that. So
yeah, it's literally like the pot calling the kettle black. But yeah.
That's
if you remember,
I'm sorry.
During Kyle's interview at the Antioch Police Department, he was vomiting into a trash can. He was crying. He was upset, and then the anti-Kyle type or whatever you want to call it, anti-self-defense, common sense people were, you just killed 3 people and now you're crying boo-hoo. That's what a normal person would react. He just took 2 lives. Even if you're perfectly within your rights, which he was, it's still something that's going to make you upset. So I forgot who it was that just said if he didn't cry, he would have been chastised too. Look at this brazen murderer who didn't show any emotion on the stand. He would have been damned if he didn't cry. If he did cry, they were going to assassinate him for his testimony no matter what. So It was
Oh,
one of those
Kevin,
things
you
that
just said brazen. Okay, Schroeder.
Don't get brazen with me.
Yeah, that should be a T-shirt. Like I hope someone's doing those.
Don't get brazen with
Actually,
me. Hashtag Kenosha Strong. Patent pending.
Yeah, something like that. Slash hashtag Disbarbinger. Just saying. I would like throw out that too.
Well, I will say. Go ahead.
Sir, on the same note that you guys were just talking about, as y'all know, this thing on Sunday happened with Brooks running through the parade in Waukesha. When he took to the courtroom for his arraignment hearing or whatever it was that he was doing, he was crying. And I didn't hear anybody complain about his crying. And my thought was, okay, well, maybe he's finally realizing the gravity of what he did, or maybe he's just realizing the gravity of the consequences of what he did. But I don't hear no outcry. Have you guys?
Well, no, I think in that, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I think it's an interesting thing because with this Kyle Rittenhouse case, it was very polarizing. Meanwhile, I think with cases such as like the Ahmaud Arbery case or with this Darrell Brooks case, everyone's kind of on the same side. Everyone believes that was clearly murder. Everyone believes that, in the Ahmaud Arbery case, the jury came to the right decision. In the Kyle Rittenhouse case, things were so polarized that people were really just looking for a reason. People who were against Kyle were just looking for a reason to hate him. And, I have a cousin who is a, full-on Antifa type person. And, he posted that, Kyle crying should make us hate him more. So they were really just looking for a reason to hate Kyle. And I think that when they realized, look, he's definitely not going to be found guilty, they were looking for any excuse to continue to whip up the lynch mob against him.
Yeah, I think they started even seeing the fact that the evidence was coming in and things were not looking good for the prosecution. And so they just started building up this resistance to the actual verdict, but they knew it was coming. Certainly they were not going to be expecting a guilty verdict. And the reason why is they won't admit it, but as they learned more and more about the case, it started looking a lot more and more like Kyle was in the right. Of course, they would never admit that.
Well, that's the thing. They don't admit that. They blame other things, such as a white supremacist judge or a biased trial or, white tears or like that, whatever kind of crap they can come up with in order to justify, their reasoning for Kyle not being convicted. Because the facts clearly show that he was acting in self-defense, but they don't want to admit to that. They want to come up with whatever they can to excuse why he's going to be found not guilty, which is what ended up happening. It's what they ended up doing after the trial was over.
I think that's also part of the reason why the efforts that Antifa has been making in particular to try to get more riots to happen because of this have just kind of fizzled. I mean, stuff is happening in Portland, but that's, like I said on my stream, that's kind of low-hanging fruit. You can get people to riot in Portland over cotton candy or something. But like they tried to get together LA Antifa and not enough people showed up. So they just went home, because, and there's not the weather in that instance. You could talk about the weather, but that's not what's going on in LA. And I have a streamer friend, WYSIWYG TV, Chris, was on the ground waiting to see. And I think he said that like less than 20 Antifa showed up. So they just went home, and I think there's more to what's going on in LA than just that, mind you. Mary Todd has been like, kind of like all over them, identifying them and exposing them. But still, even the Black Lives Matter protests that are happening just have not had the same energy, like at all. And like one of the things I said that was positive was, outside the steps of the Kenosha courthouse, they were doing a lot to de-escalate and make sure that things didn't get out of control. I was wondering if maybe, Kevin, you had any take on this, because you might have known those activists better than me, but I was actually pleasantly surprised that they were preventing fights on those steps.
Well, there was a couple of fights. I'm not a law enforcement expert, but what you saw out there was 90% media most of the time. So from Judge Schrader's courtroom, you could see out front. So if you stood on one of the seats, you could look down and see who was there. And, the media kept checking every once in a while just to see. But honestly, it was mostly media. So if you didn't have that media element out there, no one would be doing stupid shit anyways. But But you had a couple instances where there were these little melees out there, and like Clyde McLemore, I think you guys have heard of him. So
that's a dude from Waukegan.
Yeah, so he's the Black Lives Matter founder of Waukegan, and I wrote an article about him, and I did a background check, and I think I found 15 felony convictions, and I texted him and I said, "Hey," I said, "Clyde, just checking, see if you want to comment. I'm writing an article about you." I said, "Do you really have 15 convictions?" He says, "No, actually more than that." And I'm like, "Okay, well, the guy's honest. You got to give it to him." But he was getting in some people's faces out on the steps of the courthouse. And this guy right now, if you remember, he's on bond for assaulting a police officer. So back in August of 2020, a few days after the Rittenhouse shooting, he tried to shut a door on a police officer's hand and said, "Oh, I was trying to break his fingers." So right now he's on bond for felony attempted battery to a police officer. So he was getting in people's faces, and I'm like, "Clyde, you're on bond right now for a felony. Do you really think you should be getting in trouble?" And he's like, blah, blah. And I said, "Man, you got 15, or you got more than 10 felony convictions." I said, "Nobody cares about you." And he says, "Yeah, I got 40 felony convictions. Does that make me less of a person?" And I said, "Actually, yeah, it does. If you're that if you have 14 felony convictions on your record, I think chances are you're a pretty shitty person, because 40 convictions probably means he's done something violent and terrible 5 times that many. He's just got caught 40 times." But
Kevin, can I ask you about that? Can I ask
Go
you
ahead.
about that really quickly? This Clyde fellow, you said you founded the BLM chapter. Is he a black gentleman, just out of curiosity?
Yeah. Yep. He's an older guy, 60s.
Black guy with 15 felony convictions walking the street shows how racist the justice system in America is, isn't it?
I guess. Yeah, he's out on bond.
Because if he were a white guy, then he would be out on $2 million bail, and he probably would have spent 3 months. But because he was a black guy,
right?
I do have to ask real quick. Gentrified, did your cat have something they wanted to add? Because it seemed kind of intense.
She's thinking about it.
Does she have an issue, like an opinion on riots, perhaps, from a cat's perspective?
We're from Indiana, well, Kentucky, I guess. But we live in Indiana now, so we'll take it. We can take them on. Not too worried.
So it sounds like you cross state lines to get there.
I cross state lines at least like 5 times a week. I'm just saying, and I've said it numerous times on Twitter. My parents still live in Kentucky. I'm right over the bridge, and anyone who's lived in the tri-state understands that. But apparently, a majority of these morons, for lack of a better word, are like, "Well, straight lines." I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "I do it 5 times a week. I've done it since I was 16 and started driving. I'm in my 30s now, so 20 years.
Gentrified, you make a very good point. I don't think America has a true understanding of just how close Kenosha is to the border of Illinois, and just how many people in Kenosha are transplants from Illinois, how many people who live in Kenosha work in Illinois. We literally are back to back. So for me, my mind was just like blown. Oh my goodness, Kyle came from Antioch, and I'm thinking I could spit and reach Antioch. Why are we even talking about this?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm so one of the reasons I was so drawn to this case. I was like, I'm from the Midwest. Kenosha's similar to where I'm at. I'm like, all it takes is one thing to happen here, and it goes up in any other city in the U.S.
So are you telling me that you don't have intrastate passports, and you don't have to go through like Checkpoint Charlie? And
they tried. They were saying that stuff when COVID was going on, and I was staying with my parents in Kentucky at the time and looking at places in Indiana. I was getting a new apartment right at the onset of COVID, and everyone's like, "Oh, they're like, yeah, they they're stopping people at the border." Of course, Kentucky has Bashir, and there was no one at the border. No one cared. No one. It wasn't anything like they were portraying. It was insane.
Maybe just I pass.
Whereabouts in Kentucky are you from?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Where in Kentucky are you from?
It's Western Kentucky.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time in Kentucky, so.
It's a good place for the most part.
Yeah. My ancestors are from Adair County. But.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't mind me, I'm back. I just had to go get my credit card to purchase this shirt that one of you assholes posted in the chat. Now I'm out $25.
Yeah, I actually wanted to share it. Give me a second, because that is brilliant. Even though, like, honestly, I think it could have be done a bit better.
What is that?
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. What 6XL must be the 42.95. What the heck?
Bro.
So yeah,
I just got the T-shirt. I'm not going super fancy, but that is
Kevin,
awesome.
I do not vouch for the quality of this website or the safety. I just
if they take my $25, that's okay. But
I like that. Oh wow.
Yeah,
I'd put that right up there with actual Justice Warriors shirt that is state line crossing. It's like it's a road sign version of Kyle Rittenhouse crossing a state line.
I don't have my glasses on. What does it say below him?
Don't be brazen with me.
You know what's funny is that judge is actually not super fond of me, even though he's a conservative guy. I'm a conservative guy. He just doesn't like my what's the word? He doesn't like my approach to things. But the guy's 75. I'm 37. We live in a couple different worlds. But I just bought it, so thanks for making me waste my money.
Binger doesn't like you, and the judge doesn't like you. Maybe you're not a likable guy.
Well, no, I mean, what's funny is I told people, during the elections, I always won by big margins. So the people, the taxpayers, the little guys, they love me. But the powerful people, the judges, the prosecutors, the politicians, they hate me. So that's all that matters to little people, right?
The next time you're in Schroeder's court, you should wear it and see if you get a reaction.
Trust me.
Oh, that would be terrific.
Oh my God.
Kevin, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was mad at you after this whole thing with Kyle, because I saw your post on Facebook, and I was like, this is all Kevin's fault. And when you posted, I was like, oh, thank God he's doing this and everything. So after you did your post on the guard thing or whatever, I live by Ocean Spray.
Oh, okay.
By the Kenosha ice rink.
Southside.
Yeah, and so my block literally quarantined our block off by putting barricades up at either end with cars, and then gun owners were out protecting each end, similar to what y'all were doing in your subdivision. And that made me feel safer. So I didn't have to leave and go to a hotel with a 200-pound Old English Mastiff. And but when this thing happened to Kyle and the way that Kyle was painted, I was mad at you. I'm not going to lie. I was mad at you. But I'm glad that I've listened to the facts afterwards and learned not to be mad at you, because I was mad because I felt like it was your fault Kyle got in that situation, but it wasn't. It was the situation that got Kyle in the situation. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it was the perfect storm of unfortunate things to happen. I mean, Kyle crossed paths with some bad dudes, although I would say it's pretty likely because there's a lot of bad dudes out that night. People that flocked to lawlessness. And to your point, yeah, my subdivision, I parked my car perpendicular across the roadway, and when people were coming in and out of the neighborhood, we'd look in the car and they were happy. I mean, you guys got to imagine, this was crazy. I mean, this is like show me your papers type of stuff, but people appreciated that. So the neighborhood that I live in now, we had moved in like 2 weeks prior to the shooting of Jacob Blake, and a lot of my Democrat friends, joked around on Facebook, and they said, "Oh, here goes the neighborhood. Mathewson's here," and just out of jest. But then they had told me later, they said, we slept better those nights because we had, you gun nuts at the entrances to all these neighborhoods, and there were tons of armed
gun
individuals. All these, we're nutty until the zombies or the Democrats invade, and now we're all of a sudden the people that everybody goes to when ammunition is the new currency.
So how many Kenosha residents do we have on this stream now?
Just 2, I think.
Just 2? Okay, no problem. I'm just going over the fact that Never Stop hates that people from Kenosha talk about that are not from Kenosha talk about Kenosha. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh,
If I may just quickly, we have Orkanat in, like in the lobby, but I cannot, add you to the stream because your device, you don't have anything connected. Apparently, no camera, no microphone. I would
it'd be great to get Orkanut in here. Fix
yes,
this.
100%. I would recommend that you use Chrome. Other web browsers have problems with StreamYard. By the way, for those of you who do not know who Orkanat is, he made... there we go. He made those chronologically put together summaries. So, hey, Orkanat, by the way, you're muted. Cheers, mate.
Hey.
Hey, Orkanut. Remember me?
Yes, I remember you.
We talked about the case way back in like September when I was trying to get you to be to file an amicus brief on your videos. Remember that?
A bit. I don't know what an amicus brief is, but ended up being
a friend of
anyway.
the court. I was actually wanting you to submit your sort of tracking video to the court as evidence because it was so well done. I mean, for the first time, somebody was able to lay out what happened the entire night, minute by minute.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess it ended up in evidence anyway.
Yes.
So
I honestly, when I was watching the trial, and there I see, like in the corner, Orkanat, and creating with the metadata, I was like, damn, dude, like a good job. And by the way, this shows you that even you, just a small person, can make a difference, like in big events. By the way, I was speaking now, to everyone. But yeah, definitely you, I wanted to say regular people basically can make a difference, So yeah, take an example from Orkanat because his work was absolutely stellar. And yeah, I'll, toast to you, here's to
Okay,
Orkanat,
somebody put a link in
right.
somebody put a link. I'm sure I've seen it, but somebody put a link in the private chat so I can check it out.
Yeah, Orkanut's video was
That's
the
for the
first
shirt.
time that I was able to actually watch and say, oh, shoot, man, Kyle was a pretty good dude all night.
Yeah. No, it was definitely great. It was way better than mine.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, like
somebody did it. Go ahead.
I would point out as well, as much as your conversation with Kevin Wolwicki or whatever his name was, as much as that was a little bit of a heated conversation, we should be thankful that people like him, like Drew Hernandez, like Richie McGinnis, were on the ground in Kenosha and have been following these riots going on. Because if they weren't there recording what was going on, there's no way Kyle would have gotten out of this. Like with the way the media was going after him, the video evidence provided by independent creators was huge for his defense and huge for this case. Like, is there any doubt from any of you that he wouldn't have been found guilty if it wasn't for all the video evidence?
No, I don't even think it would have been nearly even a debate over it. Everyone would just had to take his word over it. I think that's
Not only that, but the crowdsourcing of his legal defense, right? I don't think if he didn't have $1 million defense, I think he'd be in jail.
Right. But the crowdsourcing wouldn't have come without the video.
True. I know they all go hand in hand. The crowdsourcing of both the video and the funds.
So,
but it makes you question.
Real quick, because this is just a joke. Have you guys ever watched the movie Bill and Ted: Excellent Adventure? Because you guys just suggested that we can't get the good crowdsourcing without a triumphant video, but we can't make a triumphant video without the excellent crowdsourcing. All right, I'm sorry, I'm showing my age. Go ahead, Bernuski.
I was just going to say, again, it's great that these independent creators were there. Why wasn't the corporate media there recording what was going on, documenting for all of us to see what was happening?
They were too scared to be here.
I think, who was it? One of them said, I don't know if it was Drew or Elijah Schaefer but they were talking about how it may have been Richie actually. They were talking about how they would watch them, and then the riot squad, which is like Richie McGinnis and all of them from Daily Caller, like Shelby Talcott. But they said that a lot of them just went home. As soon as it started turning dark, they were out.
Yeah, well, and also they were reporting, such as CNN, mostly peaceful, maybe a wee bit fiery.
That mostly peaceful thing drove me crazy. I'm sitting here thinking, like, how is this mostly peaceful? I'm sitting here packing a bag for my dogs, my kid, my husband, and turning the car around the opposite direction in the garage so we can run quickly. How is this mostly peaceful? That never even.
They decided it was mostly peaceful before the protest even happened.
Yes, precisely, and like I mean, you could in the screen see like the whole fucking inferno behind him, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, are you for real? The city is on fire. You have it on camera, and it is literally like if like weather forecast person would be standing, like on camera. It would be raining on him, like just pouring. And it's sunny outside. You should go out and enjoy your day,
Yeah, well, that night it was just a small fire, remember?
Yeah. It was just a dumpster fire. It doesn't matter. The dumpster was being pushed towards a gas station. That's not important at all.
Well, in B-Stream...
I have a question for Orcanet. How long did it take you to put that whole sequence of events together and time sync it and all that? It must have taken you forever.
Probably a few hundred hours. I think the biggest thing was when I first started, I didn't have I wasn't really experienced with video editing, but I mean, generally it's just, to me, I just view it as a big jigsaw puzzle. So the biggest issue with synchronizing everything was a lot of them, we had long live streams. But the issue is that I think in the live streams, when whoever's recording has internet problems, then there'll be gaps in the footage, but it doesn't show up in the live stream. So you end up with, so when I was trying to synchronize stuff together, I'd have 3 pieces together, 3 streams, and then I was going in circle because I'd synchronize 2 pieces together, and then I'd go further down, and then it end up out of sync, and I kept going in a circle, and I realized that it was due to the gaps. So partly it was trying to figure out getting enough streams together to kind of figure out where the gaps were and then align those. But after doing the first 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever, then I kind of had enough, or I had a really good sense of what the correct timing was. And after that, all the small pieces of footage, from Richie McGinnis or Shelby and all of the people who did only small clips, those ones were pretty easy to kind of just sync in. What helped a lot was I was using visual cues. So I use flashbang as to synchronize stuff, because it's it's a really bright flash, and it can appear for it's usually pretty visible from far away. The other thing that helped was, I think was it the 60th and 60th or 61st in Sheridan, where Ultimate Gas was. I think whoever they set the traffic lights to blink at a 1 second interval. So I was using that as well to do local synchronization and stuff like that.
Dude.
So
yeah,
you basically did what Dr. Black did for, what was it, $425 an hour for free.
Yeah.
You might
get paid.
But it wasn't a forensic thing. So when we started talking about the Zoom and whatever, then I was oh shoot, how accurate is my stuff? And
so Orcanet, how much of your footage did you use in your timeline that you created? How much did you use CJTV or Mercado Media? Because they were out there on the grounds in boots all 3 days.
I used a decent amount. I think the problem with CJTVs was when I first looked at it. So basically I started off with just a spreadsheet, and I was just kind of keeping a general track of stuff. But then gradually I was trying to add more stuff to it, and it got too difficult to track through 8 different sources. So that's when I kind of started trying to do the video. The issue with the CJTV one was his website or his Facebook thing got taken down, and then so we couldn't.
They used a lot of that for evidence.
Yeah.
Holy shit! When did you add the drone footage?
When did I get the what?
When did you add the drone footage?
I had it from the Fox News one. So Fox News had a decent quality, so it's not as good as the high quality version that the prosecution got during the trial.
I'm saying it looks like you got the drone footage that was dropped off anonymously, or is that
that's what Binger and cross were saying, but it's not. It's not as good of a quality because it compared it.
Gotcha.
But it's not as bad as the whatever low quality version that the defense got. So
if I maybe have a wee bit of a technical issue, we're getting from someone feedback. I think it's either Excel or cannot. Guys, could you? No, Kufchik, it was like all good. Thanks, Kufchik. Or can I, like, if I may, just quickly to ask you, what was your motivation, like behind this, or why you did that?
So it just started off with, so I guess it was just, I was on Facebook, and I guess I kind of just heard a little bit about the, there was a shooting or whatever, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I probably am leaning like center left or center. I don't really know my political stuff, but at some point I was just probably like, oh, it's another like mass shooter or whatever. And then I think one of my friends posted something like a video that was like, oh, it's a debunking thing or something. And then so I finally watched the video and I was like, oh, well, that does look like self-defense. And I did more research and watched more of the videos. And I was really confused about, the stuff that I was seeing. I guess I don't typically do that whole like, oh, the mainstream medium or whatever, but this was very clear because it's on video.
So you're happy with the verdict then?
So I was really confused about the perspectives about it. Yeah.
Is that safe to say you're happy with the verdict, Arcanet?
I think it reflected the evidence that I'd seen. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't usually feel like I'm like super strong in like the pro Rittenhouse or whatever. I just feel like based on the evidence that I've seen, that just
holy crap, this is I can't believe I haven't seen this before. What part of the country do you hail from? Are you East
Is there
Coast,
a link
West
in the
Coast,
chat?
California? Yeah, there's a link in the chat now.
But don't forget that people who don't live in Kenosha don't know what happened.
Oh no, of course.
Yeah.
So,
right.
so Orcanet, no means you should sell those services for legal purposes.
Yeah,
I'm not in for the money, and I'm not like a what's it, Darth Crypto.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. He got himself onto the Rikita law stream, and I don't dislike the guy, but I was like, there are a lot of people that I think.
Okay, Neil, I'm with you on that one.
I was like,
where
how
did he
does
come
this happen? I don't know. And once again, I'm glad he's doing what he's doing, but
what is that guy? And what do you?
Are we talking about Glowicki again?
No, we're talking about Darth Crypto, who just got sucked onto the absurdly successful Rikita law stream that ended up taking a bunch of people who had like 1,000 subs or whatever to like 50,000 over the course of 2 weeks. I super chatted them; they didn't even read it.
Yeah. So hey guys. So speaking of that, on the Rikita Law show tomorrow at 1 is going to be Nathan DeBruin, the photographer guy. He's using the Kenosha County Eye Studio, so you'll see this familiar setup here tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Can I get an interview with him, Kevin?
I can see what I can do. I mean, I don't see why not.
That'd be fantastic.
Hey, can we get him on our next live stream?
I think you should talk to CJTV too.
Yeah. See, with De Bruin, I think it was a strategy because obviously he was the guy who kept Kraus was bringing me up to De Bruin a bunch of times, and people like Johnny, he knew what the hell he was talking about, but most people around the world didn't know what the hell Fatlock was talking about. But those of us that did, I mean, people were Googling, what is he talking about? They're typing on their computers, and boom, he broke my damn website. I made lots of money. So I mean, that's just how bizarre these guys, the bizarre way they think is, oh, I'll get at him. I'm gonna tell millions of people to go to his website where he's got Google ads. Okay, thanks.
That was a truly bizarre exchange.
Not to interject, but we had two things come across on the top. One question was, when did the rioting or the protest break out? Was it 2 nights or 3 nights? So Jacob Blake was shot and didn't comply on Sunday afternoon. And within like an hour, protest started in Kenosha. So it was Sunday, and Sunday was bad in regards to what Kenosha is used to experiencing. Monday was horrific in Kenosha experienced. And by Tuesday, Kevin and other people like him, like-minded people like him that know how to use and protect themselves, unlike me, who had a baseball bat and wasp spray because my mom said, "Hey, wasp spray shoots far." Were protecting themselves. So it was 3 days, 3 nights of protesting and rioting.
And believe it or not, after the 3 guys got shot, everything stopped. I don't know what it was.
It literally just went dead quiet.
Yeah.
I also think that it's interesting that after the verdict, all of a sudden, like, nobody was interested in fighting anybody in Kenosha after that.
Here's the thing, Neil, is that side, the anti-Kyle side, was already setting up to lose. They were already, okay, we got the racist judge, we've got, the racist jury, which, how do you get a racist jury? Both sides have their voir dire, both sides get their 6 strikes.
Well, it was an all-white jury.
Yeah, exactly.
There was one Hispanic.
Yeah, there was a Hispanic. And honestly, Kenosha has a very low percentage of African American population.
I don't agree with that. Really? Is that correct?
Yeah, so Kenosha has about 100,000 people. I'm just pulling it up. You guys go ahead and talk.
The white population in Kenosha is like 88% or something like that, which is higher than most
Italian.
cities.
Yeah. But we do have a very diverse community in that. We have Indians and we have the Hispanics and we have
the neighborhood I live in is super diverse. African American, Indian, Native American, Hispanic. I mean, it's crazy. It's awesome. That's where I want my kids to grow up to see all different colors and cultures. For the most part, it's mostly white. In general.
The other thing was that popped up on the screen was that Kat from Kenosha said hello. Hi, Kat from Kenosha. We say hello back.
Yeah, cheers all the way from the other side of the world, from Czech Republic also, to all Kenoshians that went through quite a lot of stuff over the last year.
Yeah. Guys, if you don't mind, I want to kind of send just a question around for everyone to answer. I also want to comment, Kevin. Fatlock is hilarious. Did you come up with that?
No, I wish I did. I didn't.
Honestly, it sounds like a Posobiec thing, if I didn't know any better. But I wanted to ask you guys, when it came to the whole case, like from start to finish, the coverage of it, who do you think, corporate and independent media included, who do you think had the worst coverage of it, and who do you think had the best coverage?
Everybody better have the.
Well, let's go in like a circle. Like let's start with Paul. Paul, what do you think?
Come on, Paul.
Best coverage of independent media. Well, it's tough to say because if you are talking about most in-depth and stuff like that, what most people simply will not watch, then Neil, for example, here, definitely he covered well. Orkanat obviously did all those videos together so everyone can see it for themselves, but let's be honest, most people will not watch that. It takes way too long, much time. So I would go probably with Math Orfelia, who made 12-minute video, and he summarized it, narrated the whole thing absolutely perfectly. Now, when it comes to the worst, that's a race. There's so many. I would go with probably. Look, I will dismiss the Young Turks because that's nothing. Just. Who considers them news, right? I would go probably with MSNBC and those were the worst, yeah.
I mean, they got kicked out of the freaking courtroom. How much worse can you get?
Yeah, there you go. So, if we're going in a circle, Johnny, what's up with you?
Okay, the best coverage, Kenosha County Eye. I thought that they were the closest to the action, and you know what? Despite what James Krause says, for the most part, everything you guys reported was right on. The Wisconsin right now was like a close second. They produced a lot of stuff that I found very useful. And again, it comes down to, is their production accurate? And yeah, for the most part, everything that they reported on turned out to be true. Worst, MSNBC. or
Right.
I should say Joy Reid. Joy Reid was the worst. God,
Okay.
she's horrible.
Well,
He's
so
still
I
at
was
it,
in
so.
the
But-
courtroom.
Well,
Are we
Kevin,
going?
like,
Are we going
we're going around
clockwise?
now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. No, I'm an idiot. Sorry, Kevin, you're up.
Oh, sure.
I don't
So,
apologize.
like I said from the beginning, I was in the courtroom every day. I didn't want to do a daily recap because. So I'm going to say the best to cover this would be each and every one of us, because we had the chance to watch the trial with our own eyes if we wanted to. But obviously some of us work day jobs. So, I got real behind on my work. But since Court TV was streaming this live every day, we got a chance to watch it for ourselves. We got a chance to become the jury. So for those of you and us who just wanted to come home and watch the recaps, I would say, any non-biased media source, really, everybody had to agree. The prosecution's witnesses all hurt the prosecution. So I didn't want to tell people what they already knew from watching the trial themselves or watching any of the 100 other. So what I told the stories that you wouldn't know from sitting in Alaska or the Czech Republic. Did you know that the lead detective on this case is the mayor's cousin? Those types of, or the mayor's nephew, those types of stories that we wouldn't have known without somebody like me who reported from here and happens to know a lot about the connected people because, I was an alderman for 4 years in the city. So yeah, it was each one of us that could just watch the damn trial, think for ourselves. But in the case of those of you who had to just come and watch the highlights, so to speak, just any of the media that wasn't really that slanted, and then the worst, obviously, MSNBC. I think Johnny, you posted an interview with Motley and MSNBC where they got all the names wrong, and they said something like,
she can't pronounce her own client's name.
So I just, MSNBC by far the worst. I mean, sending somebody to these jurors were scared, right? They knew about the threats and people were trying to get their photographs, and it's just unethical. It's not illegal. They had no probable cause to arrest the guy, but it's not ethical. It did a bad, I don't know how much worse the MSNBC brand can get, but
yeah,
it got a little worse.
Hey, can I dip in here real quick?
Okay, sure.
Sure. First of all, people are asking in my chat, Kevin Matheson, do you have a media channel? So we're gonna make sure that everybody knows where to find everybody on this stream. But
put it on private chat.
Yeah, do that, and then I'll be able to share it. But what I was gonna say real quickly was that because my mainstream media comment's gonna be pretty short, I really didn't watch very much mainstream media. And I didn't realize how bad it was until people were commenting on Twitter, like, wait a minute, he didn't shoot any black guys? Like, that was like, I was like, what the hell? Cross state lines. And I was like, what? And they're like, illegal firearm. And I'm like, and they were still saying this. But, I got to say the one that nobody's mentioning to me is the worst. Aside from Joy Reid, who's basically like an inverse version of Bill O'Reilly. Which is the knock on Fox. I know I have conservatives on this stream, but Bill O'Reilly was freaking terrible. Anyway, is the Young Turks. The Young Turks.
Mine.
Oh
That's
my
what I was gonna say.
God. Anna Kasparian. There's the first video is Kyle Rittenhouse chasing somebody with his gun. I'm like, dude, that was like a year ago and you still don't know? Anyway, that was it.
I don't even need a turn. Neil summed up my thoughts. I'm not going to give the Young Turks a pass. They're YouTube's preferred news source. They get hundreds of thousands of views, and they just blatantly made shit up. So,
yeah.
And I'm sorry, guys. I should have specified. I meant corporate or independent. Whoever you thought had the worst coverage. It doesn't have to be MSNBC or something like that.
Well, yeah, definitely. Gentrified, we will skip Berlinski now because that's your question, and we'll get to your last. Gentrified, what about you? What's the best, worst coverage?
Well, Neil took mine with the Young Turks because that always comes to mind. I watched a lot of actual Justice Warrior. I know they go back and forth a lot. And then, MSNBC, of course. I think all the mainstream medias, including Fox, was really bad in covering it, and it kind of shows. Hopefully, a lot of people are understanding that the framing and media bias that we're going through, and I think I don't know. I guess it comes from the internet, but anyway,
Yeah.
I do what? I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking.
Okay. I think the best coverage probably. I mean, the Kenosha County Eye. I did watch. I read a lot of that. There was a lot, like Elijah Schaefer, I know was one of the first to have like Wendy and John here on. A lot of the mainstream media people wouldn't touch the interviews or like the PR, and I think that was, from my perspective, I think that was a big. There was no PR, like pro PR for Kyle, which I think should have been done. And Robert Gruler also did really well with covering it.
Yeah. Emerson, what about you, Sauron?
So MSNBC and Young Turks were obviously terrible. I want to call out CNN in particular because I know right after the trial, they did like a really fast, almost retraction thing. Like some of the things that just came out in the trial is that the gun did not cross state lines. We've known that since October of last year. And so I'll just, that's deliberate ignorance. It's not an accident. It's deliberate ignorance on their part. I even went and searched their news channel to see if they ever referenced it and were just retracting it as a lie. No, they apparently never knew. So it's insane. I do want to give an honorable mention to a mainstream media source, which everybody's going to groan a little bit. But within 36 hours of the event, the New York Times had an article called Tracking Kyle Rittenhouse, which laid out the facts in good order of what actually happened in those events that night. And it was exceedingly fair. And so I want to give just a hair's bit of credit, honorable mention to the New York Times for at least having the honesty to put that out for everyone to see. Now, as far as best coverage, that has to be V Radio or Orkanut. I'm not sure which. Orkanut gave his kind of without commentary. V Radio gave his with commentary, and they were both great in their own way.
Wait, I didn't give any commentary in the trial, though.
I thought the question was about the events. We're talking about the trial. I'm sorry, I might have done that wrong.
Oh no, just the entire case, like whatever. That was kind of the way I wanted to frame that. So, if you videoed it or put a video together, that works too.
As far as the trial, I think the best sum up every day was done by Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca. He did a very nice job summing up each day.
Okay. Fair enough. What about you, Goof Chick? And especially you being from Kenosha, that might be an interesting answer.
Okay, so on my big TV, I was watching Court TV, but on my device, I was watching CJ TV. And we directly affected the trial, which was pretty phenomenal. So the two brothers from the car source dealership, they were testifying, and there was all this confusion with the first brother. Well, you're Sal, aren't you? No, I'm not Sal. And we're all sitting there talking. We're like, no, that's not the one. That's not the one. You have the wrong one. Because we saw live on CJ's streams him interview the brothers. And so then was it the next day or the same day? I think it was the next day. The second brother took the stand, Saul. And he, as we all know, acted like a doofus and pretended he didn't know, like he's the inventory manager, and pretended he didn't know what the inventory was. And I said, CJ, you have video where you interviewed him, and he specifically told you the number of cars that were burned and how much money he lost, or his family lost. You need to send this to the defense. And so I went and I looked up the defense's, Mark Richards' email address and phone number, and I messaged him privately, and I said, you need to send your video to this dude. Let him know that you have the video that shows he's actually perjuring himself right now as we speak. And so CJ did that. He also sent it to the prosecutor so that he wasn't playing one side or the other. And you can see in the trial where, so what happened was he called live in his stream to the office and let him know that he had sent the video to the defense attorney, and they told him, well, you need to text the person at the table or whatever. So then here's the number. So then he texts the person at the table and said, check your email, yada, yada, yada. In the trial, you can actually see the one attorney, I forget his name, the one that didn't do the closing arguments, Shrisi, passing to Richards while he was up at the podium, the tablet or the phone, and then you can see him watching the video. And he takes the brother out. So like literally, like we were in the live stream and we were like, yes, we directly affected a trial. Like, this is awesome. We were so proud of ourselves because we were so mad. We were irate that this dude had the audacity under oath to lie. Like, that is not what we are about in America. So
I want to ask you, because this is related to what you're saying. Did you get to see the video of the two of them talking with like perfect American accents that was posted?
Yes, I saw it live when it happened. That's why I was like, wait a minute, CJ, you have this video. Like, I don't understand. Awesome. What do you mean you don't understand? What do you mean you don't know your inventory? What do you mean that you don't know how much? You clearly said that on video. So yeah, so I want to say, besides V Radio and CJ TV, in my experience, I mean, obviously I watched it live every day on Court TV, and then I sat in CJ's stream. Those two were mine.
Cool. Orkanon, what about you, Mike? Yeah, so
when you get it clearing, let me know, because I'd like to introduce something from the comment section. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Orkanon?
I think New York Times did a decently good job, or mostly being fair. In terms of just the case itself, yeah, the reason why I went with no commentary was just because, I mean, I've seen stuff like like the V Radio's documentary, and some other stuff that other people put out, like Matt Orfelius thing. But typically, I usually just got like really turned off whenever people would say like, oh, here's proof of whatever, or decide for yourself, blah blah blah. Like, because in the back of my mind, I'd always wonder, like, what are they not showing me? And then a lot of times I really didn't like it when people didn't link like their sources, which is why like I have my spreadsheet with like, oh, if you think it's wrong, then here's all the sources, like go do it yourself. But so there's that. But yeah, I think New York Times did a pretty good job during the trial itself. I didn't usually watch too much independent stuff. MSNBC, I mean, mostly I was just checking news on Twitter, and yeah, MSNBC was pretty bad. But I think Associated Press was okay. Reuters was not so great. But mostly I was just looking for like, if they were going to show arguments, I wanted to at least have them show like, oh, for example, like with was it Dr. Kelly when he was saying like where was Rosenbaum's hand or whatever near the gun. So I mean, there's conflicting narratives about it, right? Like, the defense says, oh, the Rosenbaum's hand was over the gun, whereas the prosecution is saying, Rosenbaum's hand was swiping the gun away. But mostly it's just like in the news thing, I would expect to see like, if they're going to show one argument, then I would expect that they should show like both sides of it, right? Like one person saying this, then the other person is saying that. But then I think in some coverage, like I only saw one side of it, and there was no mention of like here's the opposing narrative of it.
Here on that, Orkanet. Here.
Can I ask Orkanet a quick question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Orkanet, will you, because my people are demanding a third edition of my documentary, would you be willing to work with me to make the third edition of the Kyle Rittenhouse incident?
Maybe I'm not sure what that means. I can like review and check some stuff, but
yeah, that's basically it. I mean, you're going to add the thermal and all that other stuff that we have now, right?
Yeah, and so what's interesting is so on the Friday after the verdict, 88 Kraus actually messaged me on Twitter, and he was saying like, "Oh, your work was amazing" or whatever, and it was it was useful, and he was like he asked if I needed anything else. So I don't know. I'm just trying to get access to the evidence either from the defense or the prosecution.
Fair.
But yeah, that was kind of funny to see.
Cool. That's awesome. Excel, what about you, mate?
Well, I already said my complaints about the Young Turk, so I won't repeat that. But to give credit, actually, I found Johnny Walker Dread before both you guys, and then he introduced me to your. Well, I say both you guys. Sorry, I see Johnny Walker Dread, Logical Checkmate, and V Radio being like this holy trinity of pro Kyle footage, right? But I found his videos first, and your dumb argument series. I think that's something for the ages.
I'm going to be the Holy Ghost, just so we know.
Yeah, fair enough.
By the way,
yeah,
the dumb argument series has reached number 72.
Oh.
72 yeah, I think the first time we had you on, you were only at like 48, because I remember I actually listed them all out in front of you and showed you that you had some things double numbered.
Yeah, I just posted two tonight. Go ahead.
Excel, you bring up a good point, actually. So I watched this thing. I can't remember what it was called on Netflix. Social something, and it talked. Yes, Social Dilemma, and it talked about how the algorithms that we use on our devices for what we search and what we do brings back what we want to see based on what our beliefs are, because that's what we're searching for. I find it very relevant to read all sides, right? And hear what all sides are complaining about or all sides believe, so that I can form my own opinion. If I only search pro Kyle and I don't know what anti Kyle is arguing about, then I can't debunk what anti Kyle is arguing about, right?
I don't know how it is for anyone else, but I know with this case in particular, for whatever reason, which I mean, I've stated my opinion on different things as far as, other social issues or other issues in general. But like with the Kyle case, it was really hard for me to look at like anti-Kyle, because I'm like, you're so incompetent. Like, it's blatant. I've never seen a blatantly more obvious case. So it was, for me, like, I know I had to take my emotions out of it a lot. So I couldn't even, because typically I agree with you, your chick. Like, that's something that, I've prided myself in since I started following politics and stuff. But I know with this case, I guess it was, I don't know. But to me, it was too blatant to be, like, there's no reason to be on the other side, in my opinion. This would be the one case I'd be like, there's no other argument here.
Before we bring Johnny's final question that he wanted to point out Bernuski, we asked it to you. So since you brought it up, what's your take on the worst best?
Who are you talking to?
Bernuski. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Johnny wanted to comment on that, but yeah, that's fine. So when it comes to the best coverage, I mean, obviously excluding present company because we were all awesome, but I would say the people that I found that I enjoyed their coverage the most, and I thought that were the most on top of the facts and debunking arguments. I really enjoyed Actual Justice Warrior. He's been mentioned a couple of times on this thread. Really enjoyed AIU, Atheism is Unstoppable. He's kind of hard to find these days. But I really liked the Adam and Sid show. If you can stand to sit there for 11 hours and listen to their coverage of certain events, I thought they did a great job of just going through, all the different media personalities, the footage and all that stuff. I thought they did a great job, and they actually mentioned V Radio and his coverage a couple of times in that. When it comes to the worst coverage, it'd be way too easy to just give it to the Young Turks. So I'll go kind of a different route. I personally think that Hassan Piker has the worst coverage on just about anything that he talks about because he's an idiot. Hassan Piker, he's like a frat boy socialist. Like, his arguments have that level of intellect behind them. But I would say that he probably had the worst coverage on this thing from the very start. The guy's a total joke and a clown, and I can't believe that he's taken seriously by anyone But that would be
Listen,
my
Roland
take on that.
Martin.
Well, Roland Martin has his black nationalist thing going on. I mean, he's Joy Reid just without MSNBC to back him.
So, Jerry, what comment you wanted to bring up?
Well, actually, Kenosha Cat has a question for Kevin, which is actually kind of intriguing. Does Kevin have any comments regarding the mayor and his detective nephews? Kevin, do you think about this?
Kevin, you're muted, mate.
The mayor and I were elected together in 2016. So he was mayor for, I think, 12 years back in the day when I was a kid running around. But then his political comeback to Kenosha was in 2016. I was elected the same time he was. So I was at his victory party. We were friends at first until I realized what kind of politics he played. When he did the first budget, I told him that I had this neighborhood in my district that had a lot of young families, and I wanted $20,000 in the budget for a new playground. And he did it. He put it in the budget. The budget got voted up. New playground went in. So then when he wanted me to vote for something that I thought was stupid, he always threw that damn playground in my face. Oh, what about that playground? I put $20,000 in the budget for you. So I learned quickly he was a good old boy system. And, I wanted to put body cameras on the cops ever since 2016. Obviously, we just got it done today or, this year, 5 years ago. I was pushing for it. I think he's a good old boy. I think he's borderline corrupt. I think he had a surrogate in the courtroom that was his nephew. For those of you who don't know, the mayor's cousin is the city attorney. His nephew is the Kenosha city judge. His other nephew is a state representative for Kenosha. He's got a cousin who is a county board supervisor. And his nephew was the lead detective on the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And if you remember when Detective Antaranium was interviewing Dominic Black, he kept asking him about the Kenosha Guard Facebook page. Well, you guys came here because you saw the Kenosha Guard Facebook page, right? And Dominic's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Well, no, it was on Facebook. It was called Kenosha Guard. They were asking for, you know what I'm talking about, right? You saw it. No, we didn't see it. So he was trying to connect me and Kyle from the beginning. And that just shows, they have their end game and they're trying to connect what they want the end game to be. They're trying to connect them without doing the proper investigation. So I think the mayor is a piece of shit. So I'm trying to be blunt here. I think he failed our community, and it's most of the reason why a lot of our community is gone. A lot of those businesses did not rebuild. They did not have insurance or adequate insurance. A lot of those residential buildings above those businesses, they were not able to recover their belongings that they left. These are the poorest of the poor in Kenosha, in the uptown area, and they did not have the money or renter's insurance. Let's face it, nobody gets renter's insurance, especially poor people. So they lost all their shit, their life savings a lot of times. And now what? So a lot of these businesses decided not to reopen. A lot of them closed up. So it was a long-term effect of his inaction. And he was, some people said he was hiding in his basement the whole time. Some people said he was in Lake Geneva, which is kind of like a vacation spot about an hour west of us, which both makes sense.
35 minutes. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not even.
Yeah, I guess 35 minutes. So, I mean, he failed. He did not take action. On Sunday night, when I saw that shooting of Jacob Blake, I knew there was going to be riots. I knew it was going to be bad. But apparently his half a brain didn't realize that. He said the wires were crossed when he tried to activate the Kenosha Guard. So I think the mayor and all the other leadership, the sheriff, they're all really to blame for what happened. Not for what happened, but for not being prepared to fix it.
Right. I agree with you, but we definitely need to point the blame where the blame should be. There's literally no reason why we shouldn't have prosecuted Jacob Blake. He didn't comply. And quite frankly, I'm in an interracial relationship. So I have I guess, a deeper understanding of the inequalities that happen personally. But I don't understand why 7 or 8 police officers couldn't take down one man, even if you tased him twice. 8 police officers or 7 police officers can't take down one man. Come on, guys. What is your training?
I got a comment on that. Yeah, with that.
Put me in the queue. Put me in the queue.
Yeah, okay. I would say at this point, with police brutality being an issue of people for such a long time, police have gone from being able to apprehend suspects pretty much however they wanted, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. But police are not allowed to. They're not allowed to punch people. They're not allowed to use batons. They're not allowed to, headlock people or wrap their arm around their neck. Like, we've taken away the ability for police to apprehend people without using tasers or deadly force in so many instances that they're kind of at a disadvantage now. Like, the training the police are under now, because of all the things they're restricted from doing, makes it harder to apprehend suspects who are resisting arrest. That's what I would say about that.
By the way, let's go back. We're talking about Jacob Blake, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but hold on. V Radio wanted to comment on that.
There was a third officer that did nothing.
Yeah. So one of the
go back
things.
And look at the tape. There were 3 officers on the scene. Only 2 did anything.
Right. Johnny, give a second. I like to Neil.
No. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. Johnny hasn't really had much chance to talk, so I'm totally going to shut up after this. Is that I looked at this. It helps that I literally teach and coach wrestling, and I did a little bit of martial arts when I was younger, and I've spent a lot of time in MMA gyms because my kids train there. The reality is, this is something that Henry Gracie talked about on a Sam Harris podcast, is that the Gracie family and just professional grapplers in general really don't get very much time with the cops. They get to do a seminar like once a year, which as soon as I heard that, I rolled my eyes, because if I only taught kids takedowns once a year, they ain't going to remember none of that. Like, the training is just not there. And I've seen worse flubs of it. Like, just terrible examples of cops who don't know how to grapple. And then the other terrible thing, as Jocko Willnick pointed out with his stream with Joe Rogan, like, when they take chokeholds off the table because they don't understand how they work, they literally got rid of what was the best option to take somebody down and put them out without seriously hurting them. So, that's the problem is that they get terrible training. They don't get to practice either. This is a major problem that needs to be addressed in police reform. Is, like Jocko pointed out, they should be practicing like 15% of their time. And the reality is cops don't really get any practice time unless they go out of their way to go to the shooting range. But there's no situational drills. There's if you want to be good at grappling, you can't train in it once a year. So that's the problem, is that all these things are being taken from them and nothing is being put back on the table. And unfortunately, people who have never tried to physically take anybody down before, or just have no concept of what it would be like to try to be a cop, that's the biggest part of it, like, are taking more and more tools away from them. Like, we don't want you to have pepper spray now. We don't want you to have tasers now. So what the hell do you want them to do?
I think they have an impossible job right now.
Right.
But,
So that was
7 or 8 police officers? I
didn't know that there were 7 or 8. Johnny had a comment about that.
Yeah, Johnny?
Okay, at the Blake scene, there were 3 officers. 2 that engaged and 1 that stood around and did nothing. That was it.
Wasn't he controlling the crowd to keep them back, basically?
I saw way more than
it was.
I saw way
it
more
was
than
a hostile
3.
crowd.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really remember the video until the final moments.
Let's make sure we're on the same page here. We're talking about the scene where Jacob Blake took on the officers with the taser and the knife and tried to get in the car, right?
Yes. Sir.
3 officers, 2 did something, the 3rd did nothing.
With Chick?
Can we pull up the video?
Sure.
I can find it, and you talk, but as far as I know, also. But Johnny, I believe the 3rd officer was holding back the crowd because they were rather not friendly.
But the 3rd officer did nothing. I mean, this is a typical situation where I'm not going to say any further. Just go ahead and pull up the video.
Here's my thing last year, because like last year was an anomaly with COVID and then George Floyd, which they should have. It was what it was. But do you guys think that had anything to do with necessarily how they responded? Because I think they were a little more. I mean, even now, obviously, they're still a little more apprehensive to do.
Absolutely. But with what happened with George Floyd, I mean, that shouldn't have happened. I mean, they should have detained him, but like the punishment needs to fit the crime, right? It's a $20 counterfeit bill. Like it's not a felony, or it could be. I don't really know, probably because money was involved. But I mean, it's not a violent felony, so there's no reason to sit on his neck like that.
Right, and I mean, also, I'm sorry.
I was going to say to the people in the chat, we're not necessarily blaming the police officers for what happened to Jacob Blake. I mean, obviously things could have been handled differently. I don't think they should have been. But it's when it comes to them, they're kind of handcuffed by what they are allowed to do to apprehend suspects.
Exactly.
That's the point that I would make about that.
Especially last year, because everything was in a fishbowl. Everyone was at home. Everyone was watching everything, and myself included, was completely glued, more so to our TVs and devices than we typically are.
Johnny was probably right. I see 3 coppers and like that, and the third one was kind of just walking around and stuff, or just bouncing around.
Here's the video I saw.
Yeah, count the officers. There's 3.
1, 2, 3.
Doing something, the third doing nothing.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Yeah. I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
All good. No.
Okay,
we all make mistakes.
I think he's passionate. He's not mad at you.
Of course. I mean, this is an issue I have, is that you get a bunch of police officers, typically 2, maybe 1 or 2 will take the lead, and the other ones will just kind of stand around and
protect them.
Yeah.
Protect them. Yeah, you have to. Especially in that neighborhood, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Another question people have to ask is, what would have happened if they would have just let Jacob Blake drive off in the car with those 3 kids and one of those kids ended up dead? What would you be saying about the police then?
Yes, 100%. I spoke with some of my mates that are coppers here, and they said, we would take they would basically overpower him differently, because we can, our police officers can use violence and stuff like that against suspects, especially against violent suspects. But they would have took the shots too, because they were saying that often these cases end up in murder-suicide, where, for example, the father drives under the wheels of a 18-wheeler, so they would have then the blood on their hands, of those kids as well. So, yeah.
It wasn't even his van. It was her van.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's right. He was stealing the vehicle.
But I think this goes back to them. I think a lot of this can be stemmed back to the media, just because they release these certain clips and then everyone sees the clips. Like George Floyd, for example, like we saw that one. I don't know how long it was, like a 9-10 minute clip, and then there was nothing else for months. So rage was built, obviously. But,
and then by the time you saw all the video of him, fighting with the police officer, in the car and that sort of stuff.
Happened. Yeah, but there was other incident. There was it was like an anomaly of factors that was like a perfect storm that shouldn't have happened.
It's almost like the media is dishonest in this country or something. I don't know.
Who would have thought? I can't imagine.
Let's not forget the memes being passed around that he was there to break up a fight, and he was the one who called the police, and that he was relieved that they were there, and he was just getting in his car to leave, and then they just shot him. I'm like, holy crap!
But
the fact that he had a warrant out for his arrest,
right, and a restraining order. Yeah,
you really see that a lot in these anti-police narratives. Take for instance. There's obviously the Jacob Blake shooting. There's also the what is her name? The Breonna Taylor shooting. There's still people who argue that she was sleeping in her bed when she was shot. That's just a lie. We know that that's a lie at this point, regardless what you think about the rest of that case. Or the Ma'Khia Bryant instance. That's something where at first people were saying that she was defending herself. when the video shows her run at a girl and try to stab her. Like, for whatever reason, and I mean, I think we all know the reason, when it comes to police shootings, the police are given no charity by the media or by the, obviously the people who are, you could say, anti-police activists. And, again, I think we all know the reason for that.
And
well, it's
yeah,
the age
that's
of
like Daniel
propaganda.
Shaver. I'm sorry. What?
So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I think it was Daniel. I think his last name's Shaver. He was an pest control person in Arizona, I think. I saw someone talking about the other day, and I had done.
You're talking about Daniel Shaver?
Daniel Shaver. That's it.
Oh, that's a sad case. Go ahead.
That's so silly. I mean, that was just. I mean, that goes back. I mean, goes back to the training with police, but that no one ever talks about that case because it's not a part of a particular narrative that they can push.
We live in the age of propaganda. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If it advances our gains or goals, we say it. And that's what propaganda is.
But that goes for both sides, right, Johnny?
Oh, sure. I mean, both sides play this. Absolutely.
I would say that the propaganda is aimed at both sides specifically to cause more division, to prevent more conversations like this, where it's people of diverse backgrounds coming together to have a conversation about a topics that they discuss, that they may or disagree or agree to have. Basically that sort of thing seems to be the enemy right now. It's not just about, I mean, mind you, I do think that there's a huge left-wing bias going on at the moment, but I think specifically the reason why that's being pushed is because the racial divide and because I watched that, the woke stuff destroyed Occupy. I've been over that on multiple streams. But it also has the same capacity to prevent the middle class from ever working, because the middle class are largely conservative, from ever working with the poor who are going to spend all of their time telling them that they're evil white men or whatever. It's more than just one way or the other. I agree with that. But the objective is to try to get us to hate each other as much as possible and to make conversations that are productive as impossible as possible.
Be ready. I think what you said is absolutely true. I just think there's an added element to this. So what you're talking about is like you have the opportunists, which is the corporate media. Unfortunately, there's also a set of true believers that only believe in the narrative. And the narrative, they have to pigeonhole Kyle Rittenhouse into that narrative. He has to be a white supremacist that crossed state lines just to go kill black people, right? And they don't really care about the facts. They only care about the narrative. It'd be kind of similar to like some like religious zealot being like, the only reason somebody would ever do something like that is they were possessed by the devil. And I think that's a real problem. That's why like I usually do streams. I've had Johnny on a few times where we talk about critical theory, and I didn't say critical race theory for a reason. I just mean the broad spectrum of critical theory, which is, I think, pushing out leftists like you that think it's nonsense.
Right.
Because it's a narrative-driven ideology.
And it's also, if I may real quick, it's being forced into the left, and it's not actually like
organic.
Right. Well, yeah, and you're being told you're not left if you don't believe this, and I'm like, bitch, I've been doing this a fuckload longer than you, and we didn't do this shit, and when we did start doing it, it destroyed everything. Because I remember
that make you more of a classical liberal then?
Right. What I understand is you're the person that during Occupy that would have been right next to the Ron Paulites that were sitting there like in the Fed, tear it down, right?
Well, yeah. Well, no, actually, I was the one they called the conservative whisperer, because I was the one they would go send to talk to the Tea Party when they came to talk to us, or when the libertarians would want to talk to us, because I went through a period of being libertarian myself. So that probably helped. But it doesn't change the fact that as far as all the woke nonsense, that's really what destroyed what Occupy was. And
I'm going to interrupt real quick. Kevin,
go ahead.
Back in the stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. Was just that, and it's having the same effect in that it's now, where are we headed with it? Like, where is it going? Well, we have to have it in our schools now. We have to have it everywhere. And if you don't participate in this, then it means they take out the shotgun shell of oppression, and they'll call you racist, sexist, homophobic, and just see what sticks. And that's why I said it's not It's not leftist. But it is because they're making it that way. And that's why I made that joke meme of being alt-center. Because now being a reasonable person makes you an extremist.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, okay, so let's talk about critical race theory. What does that exactly mean as somebody who's been thoroughly confused? I'm imagining a lot of our listeners would like to know.
I'm going
I
to
can
say
answer,
like,
but I just talked.
Yeah.
So somebody else want to take
Well,
a turn?
well,
So
I can also
Mine is-
answer too, but I can't answer in any amount of time that's reasonable for a stream of 10 people.
What I would say about that is it's whatever whoever's talking about it wants it to mean. I mean,
Yeah.
when you
Something
get
like
these
that.
conversations in, you know, like cable news or in like debates or that sort of stuff, the hardest thing that people always talking about is pinning down what critical race theory actually is,
Well,
because nobody wants to actually
though,
address what it actually is. They
Well,
want to use
that-
it as a nebulous term to mean like other things, like, you know, on the NBCs and that sort of stuff. When, you know, for instance, the Glenn Youngkin election in Virginia, the framing of that was, you know, the people who were for him didn't want the history of racism taught in schools. That's not what critical race theory is, but they point to that as being like what it is, when we all know that's not really the case. If I were to, and I'm not an expert, I'm not going to claim I'm not an expert in anything, I'm just a random YouTuber, but if I were to kind of give a basic definition of what critical race theory is, I would say that it's kind of like the idea that the policies in the United States are all race based in order to affect outcomes so that it is better for white people. I think that is a layman's definition for what critical race theory is.
I mean,
Can I
and
back up like a decade?
you're not necessarily wrong. If somebody actually really wants to look into it, I suggest going to newdiscourses.com. That's James Lindsay's website. He has been a huge opponent of critical race theory. He also came from the left. I think that's an amazing resource, and I would check that out.
So can I back up like
Fun.
a decade on this subject? Because where it comes from is different than where it is. Critical race theory started out as a legal analysis tool, looking at things like the huge disparity between the penalties for cocaine and crack cocaine, which has no reasonable scientific basis or anything of the sort. It's just that in the minority communities, crack cocaine is a lot more common, whereas on Wall Street, the regular kind is a lot more common. So it started that way, but as with a lot of things, there's mission creep. And I think it was Bernowski that said it is whatever the person saying it wants it to mean. Or was that Excel? I
Look,
don't remember.
even the people
Oh, that was me. I'm super smart.
Yeah, that was Bernowski. But even the people that created critical race theory, Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw, when they were injecting it into legal theory, like the radical communist. So,
And when you're done with your explanation, I have one.
Yeah. So it's not that it's wrong to look at policies and go, does this policy have a racist effect? Does this policy have a sexist effect? The problem is when you try to back in that into everything that's ever been passed in the history of forever, and all of our law and everything is racist in intent. That doesn't match reality.
So were you done? Just to be sure.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, no problem. No, and it's fine that you weren't done. I was making sure I didn't want to interrupt. I've been doing a lot of studying on this because that's how I approach these things. Is I basically kind of read exactly what they're saying, and the reason why there's so much confusion about what it is I think some of the guys have already kind of talked about this. But first of all, there's an outright agenda to slide this into the consciousness of people. And that's not a crazy Fox News talking point. I'm literally watching it happen in my own school district right now. And it starts with little things like, let's have a book discussion of white fragility with our school board. And then we find out when we FOIA the guy that our superintendent was having the entire faculty have book study groups of white fragility. Then somebody gets a hold of a slide that incorrectly, I might add, explains that supposedly science says that white children and only white children are born racist. And I debunked that. I'm going to do a video about it eventually because I just went and read all the studies that they claimed that they were citing. But in any case, so what you're dealing with is that they have an objective, an agenda to obscure what it is that they're trying to do. And it has a lot to do with the Marxist stuff that was being brought up already, but as far as to like how it translates, like when you can get them talking about it and they don't think the audience that's listening is going to be, the kind of person that they want to lie to about it. You go to my channel, I did a video where I go over a video that they uploaded to The Root, which is a black, very heavy woke channel. Because they always say that, well, stop listening to Fox News or whatever. So I go to the Root channel, and then they had a woman named Brittany something. She's a well-known like black activist professor from Rutgers University with just about every useless gender queer study PhD you can imagine. And you just get to listen to this woman talk black supremacy for an hour. Because that's what it was. It was speaking about all white people collectively, and that all white people are guilty of this and guilty of that and guilty of this. This is the stuff that they're saying, again, when they don't necessarily think everybody's listening. So that's the reason there's so much confusion, is because there's literally an attempt to obfuscate what it is that they're doing. And they basically try to say that it's not really a thing, or it's not taught in schools. Then you find out that it's taught in schools, and then it becomes slippery. Like you guys mentioned earlier, well, they'll say, well, this isn't critical race theory. Whenever you find the evidence that it's actually being taught in the schools, then they'll say, well, that's not critical race theory. And so one more thing I'll add to when you're trying to understand what you're looking at here is that there's also anti-racism, which is not based in the legal theory, but that's what Ibram X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo make all of their money on. But it basically it's so they say, well, we're not teaching critical race theory, because what they really mean is, well, we're actually teaching anti-racism. And anti-racism is just, it's like a social science version of critical race theory. It's not different, and they share a lot of the same jargon and rhetoric. So that's why I'm saying don't feel bad that you don't know what's going on, because it literally is. I mean, and you can find it. If you look on Twitter sometimes, there are teachers who just have openly stated that they're going to teach this, whether it's outlawed or not, and that they're going to use their white privilege to get away with it. It's a whole big ball of wax. I have a bunch of videos on my channel about it. Check them out.
Hey, Neil,
I would say,
what's the person out of Evergreen State that does a lot on this?
Brett Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein or Benjamin Boyce?
No, I'm sorry, not that guy, but the
student.
Benjamin Boyce.
Benjamin Boyce.
Yeah, there you go. I tell you what, he's got an entire channel devoted to this stuff. You watch that, and it is truly amazing.
Yeah, and James Lindsay is still, in my opinion, probably the best. The reason that I recommended the video that I did was only because these people were talking in very simple terms and very easy to understand. Cringy terms were being exchanged on the Root channel. And that's why I said, if you're not going to be able to digest all of the advanced $50 words that they're using to conceal what they're doing, you can go that way. But yeah, Brett Weinstein, the reason he's an excellent example is that guy's a leftist, and he's like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah. Go ahead.
I've seen the Evergreen. Sorry, just quickly. I've seen the Evergreen, documentary, and I was like, you cannot be serious. This is impossible. They're like, how the fuck is that going on?
That actually happened in America. Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Checkmate, that's exactly why I wanted you to go on that stream with me when I talk about critical theory, is because it's so foreign to you. And by the way, the email thing, I'll message you later, but he never got it, so I'll just give you my email.
Okay, guys, I want to keep it kind of on the topic, and since we were talking about before the police, I was kind of not present. I was looking for this video from the Czech police that how they apprehended a suspect. And just I cannot play the audio, unfortunately, because someone put their music behind it, so I don't want to get copyrighted. But like if you check there was a drug dealer that was running away from the police, and check the aggressiveness of the actions, like compared to American police. You know what I mean? They by the way, talk about military. I hope you all see that. That it's all good, talk about militarization of the police. You have their guys, like with submachine guns and stuff like that. Like, this is, like how you apprehend, like a fleeing, like violent suspect, check and it's completely A-okay. By the way,
and that's in the Czech Republic?
Yeah, that's in the Czech Republic. See, like strikes, like to subdue him, like in order to get him, like on the ground, to get his hands behind his back and stuff like that, aggressivity of the actions, etc. We had a Czech George Floyd situation kind of thing, but nobody, that was, just by the foreign media. It was BS. But
wait a minute. Logical checkmate. Was that guy's fly open?
So what?
It's a weird thing to notice.
Very good.
Hey, she's got her priorities here, guys.
Come on, I couldn't be the only one to notice it.
The fly monitor.
So the guy that was jumping on the windshield, that was a police officer?
Yeah, those were, like all police officers, except the people in
oh
the
my
car.
Lord.
Yeah. Oh God, in the U.S., Joy Reid would be calling them KKK members.
Oh my gosh, no, they would all be in jail. Never hear from them again.
They're rioting on this car, man.
Those are straight up terrorists. Those are straight up terrorists.
Watch out, though. Watch out. According to the mainstream media, that was a peaceful, peaceful expressing of their opinions, like.
So, Paul, the real question for you, Paul, and the people that live in the Czech is, why don't you guys zip your flies? Is it for like more air, or is it a cultural thing?
All right, Kevin, high five.
It was middle of the summer. It was high stress situation. Like it's quite older video, so no AC. I'm guessing he did it for ventilation.
Wait a minute. Are you really justifying this right now?
But
I know some people are thinking like, God, I got to move to the Czech Republic.
I just wanted to point out we had a reporter basically go and have an interview with a police officer around the knee on the neck procedure, and there was just a comical part. By the way, you can find it on my channel. I put there English subtitles. And he's kneeling on his neck with the arm twisted behind his back, and the reporter says, "Oh, but it really hurts." And the cop has for a second wanted to laugh out loud. Well, yeah, it hurts. It's supposed to be. It's a use of violence against against a criminal that would not listen to my commands. You know what I mean? That's the point of it. You know what I mean? So yeah, like a use of force. Against criminals, it's not supposed to be pretty, you know what I mean? And I bringing this up around the Jacob Blake, thing, because like here, like they would kick in his knee from the behind if he would have a knife when he turned his back on them or something like that. Then he would be lying there with a broken leg, holding it, screaming it. In the US, that would be called police brutality. Here, should have listened to the cops, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Kenosha would be happy with the broken leg versus what happened.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul. Hey, before we leave, I mean, it's getting close to 3 hours. We need to talk about Dominic Black.
Yes, our son.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that I don't understand how Binger could. We were talking about unethical things. How Binger did not dismiss the charges, like what is he going on? The gun was legal for him to be possessed. That's one, and two, Kyle did performed self-defense. You know what I mean? That there's what is he charging him at this point with?
Vindiction.
Okay, so here's Binger's plan, and his idea is this: he's going to press charges against Dominic Black. Now, the judge is Bruce Schroeder. Schroeder's going to come back and say, to drop the charges. Binger is going to appeal. The appeals process in Wisconsin is going to take over a year. Binger knows that. And Dominic Black is going to have to be under bail for a year and Dominic wants to join the military. He's not going to be able to. That is Binger's aim. He's going to destroy this kid's career, his future. And
holy shit.
You know what? I mean, and by the way, Binger could win in this. I mean, if the appeals court could come back and say, yeah, that the possession of the gun by Kyle was illegal, in which case Binger could maybe extract some sort of like victory. But even if they don't, Binger could ruin this kid's career because Dominic wants to go into the military. He can't. While this is all taking place, he's under a gun charge, even if it's a misdemeanor, and Binger knows it. So, I mean, I understand that we all want to revel in like Kyle Rittenhouse's victory, and that's great. Dominic's in trouble.
Yeah.
Do we think that Dominic is the source of the infamous cell phone video? Because that's kind of the feeling I got.
No, there's no doubt about that.
But I have a discussion in the group that we have on Twitter. I don't hold Dominic accountable. I mean, I don't know from my perception of Dominic, he's either middle class, lower middle class, poor. That I think it's against poor people. To be honest, it's just it's exploited a 18, 19-year-old. And they don't know anything about the legal system, never been in trouble. So no normal, average person in the U.S. is going to be able to navigate, the sudden notoriety along with all these charges and trying to navigate that. Like, I think he exploited Dominic, and I think that's the only reason that he got on the stand.
God, and you're completely right. Yet the takeaway from people that are like part of the Black Lives Matter movement and want Kyle to go to jail can't see that the exact same thing that happened to Kyle, happened to Dominic, is what is really causing innocent black men to go to jail every day in America.
Absolutely.
It's a class war. It's a class war. That's
one of the things that just some guy who's a black YouTuber who normally just talks about comic book wokeness, he pointed out that if the left would stop being idiots, they could use this as a teaching moment to try to draw more attention to just how bad our criminal justice system is and how bad prosecutors can be, and that use that as a moment to try to reach out to the right to understand their perspective. But of course, unfortunately, the left has to dehumanize everybody on the right, so that's not going to happen.
And personally, I was going to say, as someone on the right, I would love it if we would outflank the left on that. I think that would be great, because I think that is an issue that needs to be addressed. Like, there's so many issues with our criminal justice system. For one, yes, there are unfair prosecutions and dirty prosecutors who do shady things to get people, to get a conviction, because that's their goal, really. But on the other hand, like, again, there's so many instances of people on the street who should not be on the street. Like, a lot of people say all the time in this country that we have an over-incarceration problem. Personally, I think it's kind of the opposite.
You're not suggesting that perhaps a red SUV that got out on $500 bail might
fucking Christ.
Take a mind to run over people in a parade, would you? An angry red
I've
SUV.
never been so afraid of self-driving cars as I am right now. I'm not going to lie.
We need to reform.
No, it's just.
We need to reform impound laws so that SUVs don't get out and just kill people. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the SUV's fault. It was the driver of the SUV's fault.
Oh, no, we're joking. Yeah, we know. That was implied, yes.
Yeah. It's part of the joke. If you haven't seen my video about this, I demonstrated in clear take, was that the left media was desperately bending over backwards so far that they were sticking their head in their butt, trying to avoid addressing the race and the history of the person that killed those people in that parade.
Which
it's
is
really
insane,
sickening, yeah.
And the ideology.
Someone had pointed out earlier today that, when this happened with Kyle last year, that was like, within a day or so, they were like, he likes Blue Lives Matter, he, was trying to help cops.
Daily Beast.
Everything was exposed.
There's a great screenshot of
Daily
that.
Beast. Oh, such a trash mag. It's like,
oh my gosh, he accepted water from a police officer. Let's kill him.
They encouraged
I want to ask you guys.
Like, no, they had lost control. They didn't know what was happening. I mean, from what I saw, but I don't think I wasn't there.
And I want to ask you guys regarding the Waukesha attack. Have you seen any corporate news channels like MSNBC or CNN even name the person who did it? Has his name been put out there at all?
Little bits, very
Yeah.
briefly.
I think they like fleeting moment, like here it is.
They've lost
notice
interest in it now that they can't blame it on the white nationalist, racist, white supremacist boogeyman.
Yeah, if it was James Fields Jr., man, he'd be going to jail for life.
You know, I actually went and looked up the criminal complaint on this one, and they're alleging that this is intentional homicide. Like this is not what the media claim, that he was fleeing a knife fight or whatever. The complaint actually says he turned into the crowd and squealed tires accelerating.
Now the question is who told you that? Because I've also heard that it was an accident. And I've heard that it was an incident,
crash.
And I've heard that it's a crash. And there's one that said missed a turn and didn't hit his brakes.
Get the fuck out of here! Are you serious?
Oh my goodness!
You didn't watch my video?
Not that one, no.
Yeah, they're all in my video. Every single one of those is in my video.
Okay. Can you bring this back in?
One more quick thing. The other thing you're not going to see that is in my video is Anonymous went and dug this dude's social media up. And if they were trying to say Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist, let me show you some pictures of black supremacy you've never seen before.
For sure. Even his rap
video.
music. Even his rap music.
Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Johnny.
They can't be racist, I thought. That's what I was told.
Johnny wanted to bring it. I guess Johnny wanted to bring it back to Dominic.
Yeah,
sure.
And actually, Johnny, I know you want to bring it back to that. And in regards to that case, I'm not really sure what Wisconsin law is in regards to what he did, because I understand that Kyle had the gun legally, but I still don't know what the laws are in Wisconsin as in regards to Dominic letting him use the gun. So in that case, I'm actually curious to see what the statutes are on that.
Here's
Go ahead.
issue. Schroeder ruled on this thing so late that Binger could not appeal, but he could appeal Dominic's case. And so instead of concentrating on Kyle's set. He got an exoneration, and he also got a dismissal, or I should say a mistrial.
With prejudice.
A drop of the charges with prejudice. Kyle is free and clear. Binger can't touch him, but he can go after Dominic. And Binger is pissed.
Yep.
So
by the way,
Dominic is going to be the person he's going to go after. Go ahead.
Well, on that note, donate to Kyle or Dominic Black's defense case. Tell him in your comments when you donate to hire Sheriff Fisi, aka Agent 47, and let's just bury Binger once again.
Could be. But Kevin, I see that you here in private chat, put some statues and stuff like that. Could you just quickly tell us what do you think Dominic is charged with and why?
By the way, Kevin, do you have any inside information on this?
I can't talk about the case specifically, but I can talk generally about the case. So there'd be, Johnny, there'd only be a couple instances where I could not talk about a pending case. So I'm sure you understand just.
Absolutely.
So 948.60 is what they charge Kyle with. Number 2, subsection A, which says any person under 18 years of age who goes or armed with a dangerous weapon. Okay, so we knew that didn't apply to Kyle. But if you go to subsection B, it says, except as provided, any person who intentionally sells, loans, or gives a dangerous weapon to a person under 18 years of age is guilty of a Class I felony. And then subsection C says whoever violates the previous section is guilty of a Class H felony if the person under age of 18 discharges the firearm and discharges cause death to himself, herself, or another. So it goes up to a Class H felony if somebody is killed. Here's the thing.
Now, are there stipulations for whether or not it's a lawful discharge, or the same stipulations in regards to, because you said a dangerous weapon, Kyle's weapon, it kind of fell into the subsection that because of the barrel length, it was not considered a dangerous weapon under the Kenosha law for an underage person holding a firearm.
As a non-attorney,
does that still apply?
as a non-attorney, my interpretation of the law is this would not apply to Kyle because it is not a dangerous weapon. A dangerous
But
weapon.
not for Kyle. I mean for Dominic.
Or I'm sorry, I don't think this applies for Dominic either because a dangerous weapon under that statute is short-barreled shotgun, short-barreled rifle. So I think if this is under the same, this is in front of the same judge. So I think there's a chance that the judge could dismiss this. And there's already a.
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Go ahead.
The length of the barrel, the length of the gun has no bearing here. I mean, everybody knew that was a legal gun. The issue is the whole certificate of accomplishment deal. Now, the judge ruled in Kyle's favor on that. He's going to rule in Dominic's favor on that. He has to. The trouble is,
same judge
Binger can appeal it.
Okay. Same judge.
Yeah, it's Schroeder. But Binger is going to appeal it. And
we don't know that for sure. I mean,
he will.
He probably will. That'll be up to his boss.
There's no probably about it. He's going to.
There is one problem with that if he chooses to appeal. You know what that is?
The appellate court creates precedent, so that would be bad for them.
Exactly.
So if the appellate court agrees with Judge Schrader, that means if you're 16, 17, you have a free pass to walk around with a gun, as long as the barrel's long enough.
Well, when is he gonna get vengeful and go after some of the freaking arsonists, or when is Zeminski gonna get prosecuted?
And that's the thing.
That's just arson.
So Zeminski, I actually got permission from Judge Schrader, to photograph in the courtroom. So I will be in the courtroom for the Zeminski trial. I don't think I'm going to waste every minute of of the trial being in there because it's going to be pretty cut and dry. But this is Binger's way to show Kenosha that I'm tough on these rioters and looters. Well, this is a no freaking brainer. I mean, there's pictures. His wife took a video of him setting the shit on fire. So a monkey could probably get a guilty verdict. You play the video, you say, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest." Boom. There's a video of him doing it.
When does that start?
That starts January.
Not till January?
January 31st.
Wow.
Man, if you could stream that, I would be highly appreciative.
I would bet $100 that they hit a plea deal before that.
No, there's not going to be a plea deal in this case.
You don't think so? You don't think there's going to be a last minute?
No, because Binger needs to. Because first of all, the Kenosha police officers, they made recommendations. So when a police officer arrests somebody, they do what's called a criminal referral. They say, "We refer this charge to you. Here's our police reports. We recommend that you charge Joshua Zeminski with," and they chose second-degree reckless endangerment, which is a 15-year prison sentence maximum. Instead, the DA said, "No, that we're not going to charge that. We're going to charge him with disorderly conduct with the weapons enhancer." They charged him with obstruction. They took away the curfew charge, which I think is funny. They didn't do the same for Kyle, but also they charged him with arson of a non-building. So altogether, all those charges equal 5-year prison sentence, bifurcated in the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. It means 2.5 years in the joint, 2.5 years extended supervision. So
Kevin,
that's the worst case scenario.
So by the way, I want to thank you for not just taking my $100 that I offered up.
What happened?
Yeah. Hey,
No, I was just thanking you because I offered up $100 that there was going to be a plea deal, and you're like, "No, there's not going to be one."
There's not going to be a plea deal because Binger and Gravely, the DA's office wants to show that they're tough on these rioters.
Okay, Kevin, I have a direct question for you.
Sure.
Zeminski firing the gun in the air, is he being charged for that?
Yes. So he's being charged with here, do you guys
Send it on private chat.
So
Kevin, is his wife being charged with anything with regards to it as well?
She's in
jail.
I know she's in jail.
No, she's not in jail. She's in the joint. She's in prison because she was on probation for shoplifting, and she got revoked. So she went to the big house.
But is she being charged with anything in connection with what happened?
Yep, they're co-defendants on this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So yeah, Josh, go ahead.
You look for it, and like I'll just bring it back to Dominic's, and basically, or if I could ask you, the Goof Chick, what is the perception in Kenosha around the Dominic Black and stuff like that? Do you think, do you guys think that he should not have, for example, loaned the gun to Kyle or what's up, and do people know in Kenosha who Dominic Black is?
Well, I'm 46, and so Dominic Black is just a kid. So I don't know who Dominic Black is up until this trial. I don't know that me and my circle have any opinion on Dominic Black one way or the other.
Nobody really cared. Nobody's talking about Dominic Black in Kenosha. I'll tell you that right now.
To be honest.
Can you put my screen on just for 1 second?
Oh, yeah, that it is.
Okay, so here's his criminal complaint. So this is the second one that was issued. The first one, remember, Johnny, they dismissed him, but then they recharged. So they're saying here that arson.
Wait. They're not even from Kenosha?
No, they're Racine.
Oh, dear Lord.
So obstructing an officer, that gets you 9 months at the most. Disorderly conduct gets you 3 months, but 6 months more with the dangerous weapon. So they're for shooting the gun in the air, they're charging him with disorderly conduct, use of a dangerous weapon, which is the weakest way to charge somebody who fires a gun in the air. If it was me and I did it on the 4th of July or New Year's Eve, I'd get charged with second or third degree reckless endangerment. So the arson, the felony, in prison not more than 3 years, 6 months. So altogether, that's 5 years. And Schrader will give him the max. Schrader will give him the 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is he has a reputation for being good on sentencing people.
Yeah,
because I'm just like looking at this dude. Like when I was investigating, like what the hell is this guy doing walking around? His rap sheet is so long.
No felonies though. That's just.
He plea bargained out of every felony. Wasn't that what happened?
Yep.
Like he managed to get out of every one of them, and it makes me wish I knew who the hell prosecuted him, or rather didn't.
Right. What I think is curious about the Zeminskis and the tie-in with Rosenbaum is, so the first person that took the testimony was Rosenbaum's fiance girlfriend. She literally testified that they had no friends and no ties to Kenosha.
Yeah.
But then people will literally claim that Rosenbaum and Zeminski's were friends. No, they met during a riot and decided to act like assholes.
Right.
That's literally what happened.
The fact that didn't he tell the cops that he didn't have any interest in BLM? He was just there to cause shit. Like that. I heard that's what he told them.
Yeah, and there's actually video. I think it was CJ's TV that the protesters, not the rioters, these are just people leaving the area. The protesters were saying, we don't have any connection with him, Rosenbaum. He's not with us. So he wasn't there for BLM. He was literally there to elicit violence.
Yeah, I don't think either side liked him being there. Hey, I want to ask a question to everybody real quick. Maybe this can be one of our last because I know I'm getting tired. What do we think would be a good vocation for Kyle? And I'll go first. I think Kyle, it's necessary that he selects some type of vocation that will keep him in the public eye because he's got no chance of working at Chili's or Applebee's or at a factory somewhere because he's going to be caught and out of every two people that walk past him, one is going to want to kill him, the other is going to want a picture with him. So he's got to stay in the public spotlight. There's no chance really for a normal life outside of the spotlight. I'm going with politician. I think he'll run for office somewhere. What do you guys think?
I think he should be a nurse. That's what he wants to do. He should do what he wants to do, and he should have the right to do it.
I think he should, but I'd go with Kevin's sentiment on this. I don't think he's never going to be able to escape that, even if he, changed his name. And I mean, it'll die down, I think. But I mean, I think he could do a lot of good. Whether, I mean, obviously, it depends on what he wants to do. But as far as politician or like being able to make some kind of actual change, as far as how he's been through the criminal or the justice system and what he sees wrong with it, because obviously he's been firsthand, and he was on, Blue Lives Matter and that kind of side, and then now he's been drugged through the ringer.
Axel, what about you? You're muted, mate. Axel, hello? I guess he will come back later.
No, hold on. Yeah. I was muted. I'm back. I have mixed feelings on this, actually. Part of me is like looking at what he's doing right now, where he's going on Tucker Carlson. He went on some other interview, and I'm just like, dude, just go disappear. But the fact of the matter is Kyle he's a poor, like he's your typical Midwestern poor white person. Like his dad, I think, was swept away by the opioid crisis. Am I wrong?
I don't.
I think I thought that was the story behind it, but nonetheless, like he doesn't have a lot of money, and a lot of it is his notoriety is going to give him a lot of money, and like people are going to search his name forever now, and they're going to be able to find something. So I don't think he can disappear. Like I think he has to actually lean on this, even if he doesn't want to. And I don't feel good for him about it, but I think he's going to have to.
Definitely. What about you, Sauron?
I respect both opinions, but I do think that disappearing is a better option. I talk to a lot of people all over the place, and I mean, there's people looking to get him a job like making ammunition now because they know he'd be safe in a place where people are making ammunition, and it's a solid middle class job. I think the continued touring of fame is only going to be destructive toward him. It would be nice. Somebody mentioned he wanted to be a nurse. It'd be nice if he could be a nurse like he wants to be. But I think Johnny, I think it was you that said every other person wants, there's two people. One of them wants to take a picture. One
Kevin.
of them wants to.
That's
Kevin. Sorry. I'm getting confused. It's late here, and I've had a rum and coke that was really big. So, I don't know that a nurse will ever evade that, but it's. I think it would be better for him not to sit in the public limelight for the next 60 years. That's my thoughts.
Okay. Orkanon, what about you, mate?
I have no opinion on this.
All right, fair enough.
He's like, now, if his vocation has multiple videos from multiple angles that need to be synchronized down to the last second according to sound, Orkanut's all in, bro. No. My ideas on his vocation, I do sense a politician vibe coming on. We'll see what goes on with that. I'm kind of wary about it. Well, the funny thing is that like one of the things he said was that he felt that he was being used by somebody, and that was like early on. And now, like, I don't know anything about what's going on with his life now, and I'm hoping to be able to, either talk to him or somebody on the defense team. But, but now he goes off to see Trump. That's the thing now, and. There were congressmen or whatever that wanted to give him, an internship, and he's openly said he has no interest in running for office. I would have said, well, maybe he could go into the military, but he's got PTSD, so that's probably not a good plan. I think if he manages to succeed, like let's say he, for example, gets any of this money that was supposed to come to him via Lynn Wood. If he can do that, if he can do speaking engagements, if he can, in addition to that, perhaps, manage to get something out of the defamation lawsuits, and I know that's going to be uphill, although I've heard Rakita Law pointed out apparently that actually Wendy Rittenhouse has a much better claim for being able to claim defamation because they ran that lady through the ringer. But anyway,
my latest video talks about that.
Right. If they could, but I'm just was going to finish it with, if he can get the right money and then get a good financial advisor, then I would invest and rest. And I rhymed that time.
Vern, what about you, Matt?
I I completely agree with V Radio. I think that whatever life plan he had, it's pretty much over, and I think that he should try and get, you know, I don't really mind him going for publicity now because I think that he should try and get as much money as he can, and then just retire to North Dakota or something like that. Go somewhere where there's not a lot of people. People may not know who he is as much, and he can keep somewhat private. I would hope that he would make a lot of money in defamation suits, but because he's a public figure now, that's hard. To be perfectly honest, I think he could probably just open up a GoFundMe page and say, "Hey, my life is kind of over. Who will donate just so that I can live comfortably moving forward?" And I think a lot of people would donate to that. I mean, I know I myself possibly would as well. I think a lot of people are kind of. I joke about saying Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero. I kind of jokingly say that, but he's not really a hero. He's more of a martyr to people in the right wing, and I think that he should use that status as a martyr to try and get money, either again funding defamation lawsuits that he can win, or just hey, I want to, I'm not going to be able to get a job. I just want to live comfortably moving on. Who will donate to me? And I think he could get enough for that to just go off and retire. His life as he knew it before is over for the most part, and he should just get whatever money he can and then go and retire somewhere. Maybe even change his name. I know that's not fair to him, but that just get what money you can and then get out of the public eye.
Yep, Jonah.
Well, before this whole thing started, I thought, being a lawyer would require a lot of advanced knowledge and shit.
Oh, he did talk about being a lawyer.
I realized, and after watching Kimberly Motley, I'm thinking, I don't know what Kyle's grades are like, but it wouldn't matter. He could be a D student, and he could still be a lawyer. So I think that a good future for him would be maybe a Second Amendment's gun rights lawyer. He probably knows more than most now. And, that would be a really good goal for him to set his sights on in the future. It's you're looking at a long time, 10 years or plus. But, intellect-wise, I'm sure he has it. And I'm totally astounded watching these lawyers talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse case and thinking, people are getting, they must hand these law degrees out like candy. So he could be a lawyer if he wants to be. He would have a lot of credibility in that area. The other one is CCW trainer. Hey, I would absolutely take a course from that dude and get a certificate. And I've been around guns all my life, but he handled that weapon magnificently. And so he does have a reputation around about being able to handle guns. If he went and got some training from CCW trainers and really took it seriously, he would be a top-notch CCW trainer.
Yeah.
Johnny, I don't want to cut into your time, but if I was him, I would worry about being in a room full of strangers with guns. I think that's something that he should definitely avoid. Just because there's a lot of crazies out there who know him.
I disagree. And the reason why I disagree is George Zimmerman is still walking. They threatened to kill him. He wasn't going to last a week. How many times did we hear he won't last a month on the streets? These people, they go online, they talk about how they're not going to last. They're all talking about somebody else doing the deed that they wish that they had the courage to do. Nothing's going to happen to that kid. No one's going to shoot him. No one's going to attack him. George Zimmerman had one attack, and the dude's in jail now.
I'd say he probably still shouldn't. He should probably still be mindful of where he goes. Like, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't be walking down the streets of Portland without a weapon.
I was going to say the same thing.
Around here, no problem.
Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that the level of danger is heightened because of the death threats, but people who put in threats don't do anything. No one who carries out this kind of shit is going to actually warn somebody about it. And so I think his danger is overstated. I think he's much safer than we all think. And if he wanted to be a CCW trainer, he would be a great one. Within a couple of months, all this shit is going to blow over, and nobody's going to remember him much for anything. It's like George Zimmerman. Okay, now keep in mind, I could be wrong, but what do you guys think?
I think first of all, if I may on that, I think it will stay a while. To be honest, relevant because this was literally the trial of century, and it's because of the media lies, where they can't convince so many people of precisely opposite of what really happened and what was all documented on camera and stuff like that. Yeah. But when it comes to Kyle's future, you need to distinguish between two things. If you want what's best for him, for his life and stuff like that, I would. He could, for example, be a nurse or some kind of form of a medic. Maybe not necessarily in the like in the army or Marine Corps still don't really have medics, but in the Navy or the Coast Guard, right? Because like if he's on a ship and stuff like that, taking care of people, like that he doesn't have to worry that much about PTSD, etc. You know what I mean? So he could do that there now, but. I think he would have a great future in I don't know what would that be, like activism speaking or whatever, and just if he would focus on the lies in the media, and if he would be basically traveling the country and saying, hey, media lied about me, they ruined my life, you can be basically next. And tell his story from his side, what all was, like said, because just his name will bring a lot of publicity, like from that he has, like a lot of power right now when it comes to this in his hands. And Jesus, yeah, in my true fashion, like I forgot, like what I wanted to say.
By the way, Donald made a mention that TCW trainers don't make much money. It's more of a side project. I think he could own a gun store. There's a business there that he could do, but he is attached to guns. He's familiar with guns. I think there has to be a business opportunity there for him.
Yeah, I remember like what I forgot. I think for example, the meeting with Donald Trump on his own was a strategic mistake. I would. If I would be in his place, he could definitely meet him, and it's not a problem. But I would have gone about it a wee bit differently. I would go. I would ask some Democratic politician, like, hey, do you want to basically meet with me, with Trumpy boy, and just talk about something, or like just even if it would be just for photo op or something like that, to be like, hey, I'm not a political person or whatever, like to keep away from the politics. That he would have both of them there. So
I think the only chance he has of meeting a Democratic politician is in court.
Yeah,
well,
but
guys, I gotta go
keep
to
in
bed.
mind
I'm
something.
tired.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, guys.
Nice chatting with you all, guys.
When the
It's been
chips
great
were
talking to all
down,
of you.
when the chips
Yeah,
were
guys.
down,
Nice meeting in the new guys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have a great night,
Thank you
everybody.
all.
Have
Have
a
a
good
good
one,
night.
Kevin.
It was nice to
take
meet
it
you.
off. Oh no! Come on.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm gonna head out too. I got work in about like 7 hours or something like that, and I gotta do a few things before I go to bed. This has been a great conversation. I've enjoyed talking with everybody. You can check out my channel. I haven't done much on it, but due to this whole YouTube thing. But you guys have a very nice rest of your night, and free Kyle. Take care.
Definitely.
Have
Cheers.
a good night.
Can we say free Kyle anymore?
Should I? Say what?
Just saying free Kyle, I guess, is weird.
Well, actually,
weird,
after the verdict, I typed on Twitter that Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. He didn't get suspended for a change. So that was good.
I never got suspended over that because I just said he didn't do anything that wasn't justified by Wisconsin state law, and I was right all along.
But didn't Facebook basically like ban him still after the trial, or something like that?
I don't think they're letting anyone. Yeah, I don't think they're letting anyone talk about him.
Yeah, like holy shit.
I don't know. I've posted some things, and I haven't gotten anything. But except crazy
By the
people
way, I really do think we need to concentrate on Dominic.
Yeah.
We can make we can make a huge change for him. I mean, with Kyle, when we supported him, there were a lot of big players in there that kind of like, I would say, over. I don't know how to say it.
Exploited.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of big players that sort of like diminished our efforts to a certain extent. But with Kyle, we had. I mean, we are all he has, and so we can make a big difference to him. But he's in trouble.
I think Posto's gotten on it. He seems to be really enthralled into this now. Elijah has been there, but I think Elijah's more focused on Kyle than Dominic. But
yeah.
I will pay $1,000 if Dominic comes out and says, "I have secured Cherafisi as a retainer."
No,
I want to see that. I will pay $1,000 to see that on video in front of Judge Schroeder, Binger getting owned by Agent 47 yet again.
No, there's a better one. There's a better one. A guy named Monroe out of Georgia. Keep in mind that Dominic needs a gun rights lawyer, not a self-defense lawyer.
Right.
And the guy Monroe, is it James Monroe or John Monroe out of Georgia, is an expert. And I think personally, that's the person that Dominic needs because he's beaten Binger before. And
I think the point I'm making is like, tell me what lawyer you're going to hire before I give you money to pay that lawyer. That's important to me. I was actually a little bit disappointed when I heard, because I actually got into donating to Kyle from Robert Barnes, and I actually realized well after the fact that Barnes is an egotistical prick, right? Kyle's defense did pretty well, but nonetheless, like, I want to make sure he didn't just have some like fucking random asshole defending him, taking up all the money. Like, I want to know that he's got lawyers that can win.
And see, that's why I think it goes back to, like, Kyle and Dominic, obviously, they seem, from my understanding, are pretty good kids, so they don't have any experience with the legal system.
Yeah, they're young and they're pores. It's both.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lawsuit right now. I'm not, it's one of the things, like, it's really hard to navigate. I'm just lucky that I like law and I have, I do a lot of research and have a basic understanding of it. But at that age and with no criminal history and not ever having to have navigated that, and then you added the notoriety and just the anomaly that was 2020, I can't imagine what they're going through. And I don't know who's guiding Dominic, but I mean, I'm sure they probably have as much knowledge or maybe a little more than he does.
Dominic's lawyer is a guy by the name of Anthony Cotton. And frankly, I'm not impressed by him. This is just me. Dominic needs somebody who's well steeped in gun rights. And I don't think Anthony Cotton has it. But, I mean, keep in mind, because Kyle's off the hook completely, Dominic is the one kid that Binger can go after and score a victory against. And Dominic's facing 20 years. This is not a small deal.
Which seems like completely bullshit because the exact thing he is charged on has already been dismissed in court once.
Yes.
That's one of the reasons I thought that this was just going to be over. I'm sorry. That's one of the reasons I thought this was just going to be over, is I thought, okay, well, it doesn't make any sense. If it's not a valid charge, then what the hell?
Yeah, Binger's vindictive, and it's political. That's just, it is what it is. And the polarization of the sides is not, and you were talking about Kyle and how they're letting it go. I don't foresee them letting it go at any point. Like, I've seen a couple, news things that now they're guesstimating on how much he's suing for. I mean, it's tabloid fodder. That's what they're going to use it for, because it was such, ratings grab. But that's just my opinion.
Please tell me at least one of you guys watched Trailer Park Boys. Anybody?
I've heard
Does
of it.
at least one of you guys watch Trailer Park Boys?
Not religiously, no.
God damn it. So there's an episode of the show where one of the guys has to like take up the defense for himself, and he just objects to the prosecution, being like, "Objection! This guy's being a lying fucking prick, and he's full of shit." And I think that should be a valid objection every time Beaker opens his mouth.
Just from the title, it sounds like I didn't have to watch it. I probably lived it. But anyway.
If I may just quickly, we have been on summertime, saying that I'm a full leftist or something like that. I'm like, okay, fine.
I'm not even in the country, but okay.
Sure, whatever, mate.
Yeah,
I can see you here.
I'm a racist whore. That's what my DM said the other day. It said you're a piece of shit racist whore. So I said,
from him as well.
right.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
Super
nice.
Johnny, I'll bring him back to Dominic. I'll tell you, straight up, I wouldn't be making much content on him because, simply put, that is on law and stuff like that, and I'm not too versed in that. If there would be something, I could talk maybe on some morality issues and stuff like that if I figure something out. But honestly, I don't see any content that I could be of any help that much, because that is purely legal thing, and I don't understand it that much.
It's legal and money. It comes down to those two things.
Yeah.
There's also a real question, by the way, logical checkmate. There's a real question as to how Kyle Rittenhouse could have that charge dismissed and Dominic Black be guilty. That is insane if those two things can happen simultaneously. Yeah. I don't know how it could. There is actually a moral argument. You can't, under the same rules, right? It's literally the same rules. It's under the same statute. Am I wrong, Johnny? I know you read this more than I do. The same statute that Dominic is charged under is the one that Kyle was charged under, right?
Okay, so let me explain how this can work. Binger knows that if he appeals this process, it's going to take over a year for the appeals court to render a decision. And if they render against him, he could take it to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin. We're talking 2 years. In the meantime, Dominic is out on bail. He can't talk to Kyle. He can't do a lot of things they would like to do, and he can't join the military. This is vindictiveness. So Binger is out to basically ruin Dominic's life as much as he can. And he's going to, because he's a gun hater. And he looks upon Dominic as a gun-friendly kid.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what's going to happen.
So the moral problem is there.
But let me tell you something, Excel. I'm not saying you're incorrect about their moral argument, but here's the thing. You know how good moral arguments are in court?
Zero.
Yeah,
that's right.
They're about as good as constitutional arguments.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit worse than that.
little bit worse, but not much worse.
There's actually now I spoke about it like that. I see because I wanted to make a video on, or still want to make a video, how basically the American left blew a chance of a lifetime to get what they wanted with Kyle, and it was, as V-Radio mentioned before, the criminal justice reform, where they could be pointing to, hey, see, that's a really bad thing that is happening to Kyle. They could have basically unite, and you could have some changes, whatever you guys would agree on.
The American left is a shrinking problem, and I would love to talk about somebody like V-Radio about that, because what I call the left, it's not V-Radio. I've watched your videos, man. I don't call you the left these days.
Well, I got stuff that you could watch. I don't really emphasize it because my goal isn't really about that.
Do you think public health care is a great thing for the government to pay for?
Mate,
that's not even the fucking argument. It's not the argument.
If you want to talk to me about it, we can do that at a different stream. But but I'm just saying, if people look at my channel, you'll find my video about the truth about the minimum wage and the explaining why I supported Bernie Sanders, which is not an effort to try to talk you guys into it. It's more of a matter of people like, why do you support him? I was like, well, here, let me tell you why. But anyway, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish on that. What I was saying that they have a second chance now that Johnny basically brought it up with the vindictiveness of Binger and stuff like that. That they have second chance with Dominic. That if they say, if they would be like, okay, boys on the right, hey, let's basically take a look at this. Like here's why we want to have the criminal justice reform. Like here's someone you would support as well. Let's do it. Like when it comes to Dominic.
Yeah, V ready or what deal? Whatever. Like
V is fine.
Yeah, V. Like so. One of the things that like I talk about a lot is that American conservatism has always been rooted in liberalism, right? Enlightenment liberalism. Like at least from the beginning, then we had the Christian right, and they were terrible. They were awful, right? That was like the 80s and 90s.
Well, that's actually what I call the conservative version of cancel culture, the satanic panic and all that.
Exactly.
Right. And they're also the woke of the right. They're still the woke of the Republican Party.
Well,
just a different brand.
Exactly. Like I completely agree. But like the left for a long time was also like they were in the tradition of liberalism. They just thought government could do a little bit more than the conservatives could do. And then we have this new group of people that call themselves the left that are not like anything either of us would believe.
Right. Well, I think that people are trying to hijack that. And with, like I mentioned earlier, there's an agenda to try to radicalize things to the point that it causes more division. And that's why I keep coming back to alt-center, which was meant for like a joke on alt-right and alt-left, was that I'm an extremist because I'm not ridiculous.
Well, you disagree with like one point of the new less homogenous culture. It's just like the Christian right. If you fall off onto one point of what they're trying to say, you're no longer part of it.
And that's a big point that I think that it's important to understand. And Chandler Pappas and I had a fantastic conversation, and he and I probably don't agree on just about anything. And for those who don't know who Chandler Pappas is, he was the man who was standing right there when Jay Danielson was murdered by Michael Reinhold, the Antifa guy. It was just that there was a time when we could acknowledge the fact that, like, as Dennis Kucinich put in 2008, the eagle needs two wings to fly. We were all still Americans.
Yep.
And I think that right now, maybe it's because of the fact that the right wing is the one that's getting the most crap at the moment. They're a bit more open-minded to talking to other people than I think they would have been if they were in charge. And that's a vice versa. It goes both ways.
It's actually the new right, the people that they're calling the white supremacists, the neo-Nazis and whatnot, they're actually the people that, like, if you talk to them, they're like pretty legit. Like I talked to a lot of them. Like I'm a major MAGA supporter. By the way, like I'm one of those, like, I voted for Gary Johnson even though he said, "What is the Aleppo?" Right? I don't like either of the parties. But I talked to the guy and he's like, yeah, like all of a sudden, like all these social issues and shit, they don't mean that much to me. And I realize how, like, they're starting to get like kind of acclimated to the idea that we should have more local control over what our government does. And I just don't see that move to, I would say, the libertarian right that I see on the left. Like the sprint on the left is go full-blown communist or kick people out that don't agree with me.
Well, it's important to understand that, like I would say, probably the majority of Republicans, you're not really hearing from the left right now. And it's very easy to grasp that, or rather, it's easier to put that what you're hearing is the whole left, but what you're really hearing is the activist left. Yep. And the activist left has become fucking ridiculous. But there are still plenty of people like me out there, but they're not usually vocal. And the reason why is if they're vocal on the internet, then they're subject to this kind of horse shit. Like I've literally got a leftist freaking out at me right now in my Facebook chat as I'm talking to you guys. And they're utterly intolerant, and not everybody has the patience to put up with that. Like that's, and I don't blame them. I think the reasons why I'm uncancelable is I don't have anything. There's really nothing they could take from me. I have any skeletons in my closet. I'm not wealthy. You know, there's a whole bunch of conditions as to why that's not going to work. But in addition to that, though, I think that certain people in the right positions who look after me, like in the webosphere, probably do a lot to prevent that from happening too. But regardless, the average person on the left is not going to openly talk about the fact that they don't agree with wokeness. The thing is like,
because it's blasphemy.
Well, right, but it's also just that. So there's a guy who has a character called Jonathan Pye, and Jonathan Pye is a parody. Like, I don't want to call it a parody. It's a character that's basically a media guy getting caught on a hot mic. Well, there's a video you can watch called President Trump, How and Why. And it's him going off about why Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. And so many of the things he said were correct. Like, it's supposed to be a joke, but he just told it straight. Like, not everybody who voted for Trump was a racist or a sexist. There's a lot of people who got sick of you calling them all of these things that were not these things. And, you thought you were winning because they stopped talking to you. But the reality is you weren't convincing any of them. They just stopped talking to you. But then it's different when we get into the voting booth, when you're not there to harass and intimidate them. And at that point, some of them are probably going to click on, fill the check mark on Donald Trump specifically to spite you. But those people are not going to get into Twitter and muck it up.
And just I mean, there's a lot of us. I'm on the left, who go, maybe we should have universal health care, and maybe we shouldn't let people starve to death, and that's why we're on the left. And but it's not, oh, you're a racist because you wore that hat, like you see all the time. They accuse everyone and their brother of being a racist. There's a lot of us out there that aren't that.
Right. No, I agree with that completely.
Averson. There you go. Because take for example me, despite me being picture perfect centrist, that I simply support what works and don't want things that don't work. In general, when it comes to the bigger things, I'm definitely on the left. Johnny, are you okay?
Well, there's a big giant lion sitting next to his chair. It might have eaten him.
And I must say that especially when someone says these, when someone puts everyone.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
On the be it left or right, one category and say, oh yeah, you think this or you think that. Hey guys, don't do that. It's just craziness. You have people left, right, middle, with various views, so it's complex. Always ask them, never presume, and also give benefit of the doubt, because, for example, here I describe something, someone can, maybe don't describe it perfectly, someone can interpret it also some other way. Do not try to not to presume negative intent on our part or on anyone else's. Always go with benefit of the doubt, ask questions and stuff like that.
And by the way, I wanted to mention something about Trump. There's been a lot made about Kyle going to see Trump. Keep in mind that when times were dark, Trump refused to go against him. Okay, and he kind of almost half supported him. And he is also a former president of the United States. So he invited Kyle, I suppose, to come and visit him. Why wouldn't he go?
No, and I'm not against that. What I don't want to see is him becoming a prop for a campaign.
That I agree with. Yeah.
What sucks is that it's so hard to distinguish what happened with Trump from the idea that he's going to be a proper campaign. Because I'd be the same way if I was a 17-year-old fucking poor kid from Kenosha and an ex-president invited me that was not actively talking shit on me like the current president to his golf resort. I would go. Who wouldn't? Who would not go?
Yeah. Especially since he went to a Trump rally early, right? I mean, before the whole thing started, he was at a Trump rally. So, he kind of likes Trump.
Yeah. And if I may, there was someone, like in the chat and commenting about me and stuff. This is precisely what I meant. I didn't explain it perfectly. Is that personally, I don't have like issue or anything like that, or I don't see any problem with Carl saying Trump. The problem is that other people, you don't live in a vacuum. Other people will perceive them, and you can say, yeah, fuck them. But Carl's gonna have to live with them, like now too. He is a public, like a figure to a degree, and that might possibly be an issue to bridge some kind of a gap, like that will be between him and the left. That they will not, for example, believe him that he supports BLM or whatever, and you can have your opinions on BLM, but that is his position and people will simply not believe it, what I mean? So that was why I was saying that it was, in my opinion, a strategic mistake.
Yeah, and I decided I'm just going to be tired for work tomorrow. But I also want to mention, V Radio talked a little bit earlier about kind of how, he's part of the left, but he's not part of the crazy left. I think that because he kind of brought this up earlier, how the Christian right used to be similar to the woke left now. I think having institutional power kind of brings out the worst in people. And at this point, the left just has more power in the U.S. than the right had, at least to my memory, because obviously the right controlled things like broadcast television, talk radio, churches, that sort of stuff. But with social media being around, the left now has the ability to kind of phase out people who are not pushing their narrative. If you go to Twitter is a hugely left-wing place because a lot of people on the right have been, banished from Twitter. And I just think that he kind of brings up a good point. If the shoe was on the other foot, I don't know that the right would be all that different. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish. I have a point.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I don't think the right, I don't know if they would be all that different. We like to talk a big game about free speech and all that stuff, but I just don't know if that would be the case. And another thing I think that has kind of caused the left to become, again, not all of it, because I know V Radio and Victims Matter are on the left, but kind of the crazy portion of the left has become very sizable because a lot of the guardrails that prevented them from becoming that way are gone. I actually think that Jon Stewart was a huge cultural guardrail for the left to keep them from going crazy. Or people like that kind of kept them on the straight and narrow. And when they would get out of control, he'd be like, look, guys, this is a little bit crazy here. I'm going to make fun of this. Let's get back on track. And I think that the left doesn't have as many of those guardrails now as they did before.
So to add to that, crap, I hope I didn't lose my point. But it was okay. So we were discussing rewinding in my head. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't get the chance to jump in earlier.
No, it's fine. It's not your fault. Okay, so we were discussing the issue of the left and whether or not the left is crazy, and just rewinding in my head so we can get this memory to fire. Oh, right. Now I remember. Okay. One of the things I discussed with Derek Jensen, who's a longtime leftist, and he, in addition, spoke to other older school leftists, and one of the things that everybody tends to be forgetting right now on the left is that there used to be this thing called McCarthyism. There was a time when there were congressional panels put together to try to witch hunt anybody who might even sniffed of communism. They would want people canceled, fired from jobs or positions for even having been in, say, a Marxist youth group, And so when the left now is emboldened by this idea, well, now we're in charge, so it's okay if we cancel people. It's okay if we engage in censorship. I'm like, yeah, this is how it always starts. This is exactly how it starts. And this is what heads towards totalitarian, authoritarian. I just shared a tweet not long ago where somebody said, I hate to say it, but I have to say that I think that I don't necessarily oppose somebody being oppressed for their political beliefs if they're one of these people. And I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, you stupid idiot. That's exactly how it used to be for the other side. And for me, I come back to Dennis Kucinich and Ron Paul, who used to work together, ironically, against the Congress. One's a really progressive leftist Democrat, and the other one's a big-time libertarian Republican. the thing that they had in common was that they were both constitutionalists. And that's what, and ironically, the two of them had to be the oddballs to say, wait a second, this Patriot Act thing is not constitutional. You know, you could never see such a conversation like that anymore. And, you know, so that's why I try to say that they're trying to inject it into the left, but it's more like a blood transfusion into the left. You know, like they're and they want to try to act like they're the ones that are in charge and that this is the left now. And they repeat it ad nauseum because and it's working. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the left. When I'm pretty sure that the majority of the left probably doesn't believe any of that crap. You know, like I'll give you an example. Not just, I mean, you know, when the Gina Carano thing happened, I was paying close attention because first of all, there's this Twitter mob that literally wanders around Twitter trying to trap celebrities into saying things that will be considered to be transphobic, because they did the same thing to one of the current creators of, or not creators, but the son of the creator of Dungeons and Dragons. They did literally the same thing. They went around pestering him, demanding that he make certain statements for them. And when he didn't do that, they took a clip out of something he said, and then they got him banned from a bunch of things. The reality is this. So when I came back to the Gina Carano thing, I watched that and I studied it as it was going on online. And I watched as multiple accounts kept sharing the same articles, slightly rewritten, or in some cases just copy-pasted. And they were trying to artificially make it look like, and this is how they would frame it. Star Wars fans want Gina Carano fired. Note, they don't mention how many. They just leave it ambiguous. And I am on a shitload of Star Wars Facebook groups. There is not some majority of Star Wars fans that wanted her fired. Not even close. In fact, I would say that they weren't even relevant before this. I've only actually encountered a single person on an actual Star Wars group who said anything like that. And again, I'm talking about literally hundreds of people that I've talked to on this topic. But so I guess what I'm getting at is there is an effort to make a loud minority. And the reason I call it a loud minority is like they're yelling really loud to make it sound like there are a lot more people than they really are. The unfortunate problem is that the corporate world has not caught on to the fact that this is a farce, which is why they keep making movies that nobody wants to watch, like the Batwoman TV show that is just terrible. They're propping it up on stilts because nobody's watching it, like, you know, but they're still doing it, you know, because they think supposedly there's somebody who's going to watch it or somebody it's for, you know. And I would couple that with the fact that, you know, that they're out of touch with, you know, just what, you know, any of these platforms that they're screwing up, you know, but they think that they are. Maybe they think they're going to condition us to be different about it. I don't know. I don't want to ramble, but that's, I guess what I'm trying to get at is just that it's very entirely possible. Like, one of my series is Do You Think for Yourself? And in one of them, I go over the social media algorithms. But even before people were talking about the creepy line and the social dilemma, and before this lady came out to ironically come forward and blow the whistle on Facebook in ways that had already been done by the two documentaries I just mentioned like 2 years earlier, the U.S. Air Force got caught creating software that creates false accounts to change public opinion. And even the mainstream media reported on that. So, like, as in literally Fox, NBC, everybody reported on this. So it's not tinfoil hattery. The Air Force defended themselves by saying, well, we promise we only use that in Middle Eastern countries. And to those of us who are like, yeah, sure you don't. Anyway, shutting up now.
Yeah, Edward Bernays was one of the first, I believe, one of the first people that came up with that between him and Hitler, with the propaganda and the ability to change the public perception and to change the public discourse, I guess, whatever political winds were going, or whichever way the winds were blowing.
So yeah, by the way, so I do apologize because let it stray a wee bit off topic, and we are didn't hear a lot at all from Orkanat because I guess there wasn't much footage to talk about and stuff like that. But if we could bring it a wee bit back to Kyle and stuff like that, I wanted to ask you, Orkanat, because, you know, like, you went through so much footage, like, how, on a scale from 0 to 100, how bad the riots were? You know, I bet you've seen, you know, plenty of throughout the days in Kenosha. So, how would you rate that? You know, like the riots in Kenosha, how bad it was?
Honestly, I mostly looked at the stuff on the 25th. So there weren't as many fires as there were. I mean, most of that was on the 24th, right? So, well, I guess 24th and also technically the morning or like just past midnight on the 25th. But I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of violent stuff. I mean, but I think the general sense is, yeah, most of the people are like peaceful or they're just like yelling stuff. But I mean, yeah, you have a lot of people who are just bad actors in the crowd. I mean, one of the things is, you know, the person that people say that Kyle helped, the one who was helped, who there's like the video of like where Kyle goes up and he's like, oh, are you injured? You know, you need that person who was being helped by two people, supported by two of her friends or something. So I believe she's probably the one with the sprained ankle. And I remember when I was like searching through other footage, yeah, and then it turned out she I think she sprained her ankle probably because some other protester, quote unquote. I mean, you could probably call them a rioter. They were one of the people throwing the fireworks at the police. I guess they didn't throw it hard enough, so it fell short of the police, and so it landed among the other protesters. And so that protester it landed like right at her feet, and I think she probably sprained her ankle like jumping back away from it before because it's a firework. So
I think what she said was like the subtitles are, she got shot with a rubber bullet. What I hear is she got shot in the fucking
some other person. I think that was some other person later on, like near. But when they first arrived, I think there was some mention of a firework as well. But it was somebody else who's mentioned a rubber bullet, and it was like kind of like a white dude with the graying hair. And I'm wondering if I think that was the guy who was seen with a different protester, the one who earlier Grosskreutz is seen tending to. And I think that person was shot with the rubber bullet. So I don't know if technically I think they helped that other protester away. So I don't know if maybe he mistook it for that person, but yeah.
All right. Fair enough. And also wanted to ask you what if Mr. Rosenbaum, for example, if you spotted him, you know, like doing some other, you know, like rather bad stuff, because getting into people's faces, you know, like that we know he turned in like the porta potty and stuff like that. But was he? I don't know how I would say it, but, you know, was he? Because I had the impression that he was truly like unhinged maniac. Let's be honest.
So like whether I didn't really see a lot of other incidents with Rosenbaum in the video, apart from like what was at the gas station. I did see the part with the porta potty, but I didn't really see that it was Rosenbaum. Probably just because it was dark. I think it was like Mercado Media's video was near where they flipped over the porta potty, and then the only memorable part of that was like I think someone got splashed by the fluid, the sewage coming out of like the pipe.
Lovely.
But I didn't know if it was Rosenbaum. I could probably go back and check, but it's not too important, I think. The other thing is, so there's that fire that was supposed to be at Ruther High School. So that was the thing that Kyle talked about, and I think Balch talked about. I think they said it was after they put out the fire at the church. But I couldn't see any in the footage, like whether Rosenbaum set that fire. There's only like one or two videos near it, like, and they didn't really get a good video of it.
I have an idea.
There's like one person that could maybe, because I think Lakota Lichwell was like, his camera was kind of like aimed slightly downward. So there was like maybe someone who looked kind of like maybe it was the pants or the bag of Rosenbaum, but it was only like a couple frames. So it could have been him, but I can't really Honestly have no idea whether he set that fire or not.
I have to ask real fast since you're the video guru. So like obviously we scrambled to get the picture in the video that Rosenbaum is present next to the car source and the time that Binger said he wasn't there. And is there any way, like, because I'm not good at this, could we isolate? Because Rosenbaum says some things that I could make out, like something about like don't say that to a female around me or something to that effect. But like he was there. Kyle should have been close to him at that moment, and Ryan Balch should have been in that same area. And that would have been when the theoretical threat would have taken place. I guess, what could we do to isolate the audio, specifically looking for Rosenbaum's voice, to see if we could uncover what he said? Because he was over there as part of that, that confrontation. It's just he was behind a few people.
Right. So I did look at that spot, and I think the prosecution probably brought it up too. I mean, of course, the prosecution tried to. I don't know if the prosecution explicitly said Rosenbaum wasn't there, which is what the defense ended up pointing out in the closing argument. Is like, well, he's right there in the video. So I don't know if the prosecution explicitly said, oh, Rosenbaum wasn't there, but so much as they were saying like, well, nobody heard it on video, even though that should be on video. So I did also go back and like try to re-listen to it from like two different points, because I think Nathan Pete and Kriston Harris were both in that area, which is when Balch said that Rosenbaum would have threatened Kyle and Balch. So I tried to listen to it multiple times, but I couldn't really hear it. The other weird thing is because basically the claim was that Balch and Kyle were like close together or something, and then that's when Rosenbaum threatened them. But like when that dumpster fire, and then when Dustin called it, he says like the fuck around, like you guys want to fuck around to find out, after he puts out the dumpster fire. Kyle is like on the northern part of the lot, like he was like kind of like leaning against like the fence on Car Doctor, while most of the people are kind of like further, slightly south, like near the where Car Doctor kind of like is right next to the sidewalk. So it was kind of weird to me, because it's like it didn't really seem like Kyle and Balch were like close together enough for that threat to have taken place. The other thing that was weird to me is because I think Balch has claimed like at least once or twice beforehand that that threat. Like I think within a month of the shooting, he went on like one or two interviews. I think one was like called Hair of the Dog, another one was like called Disgust or something. And
yeah, I had the Disgust one in my doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that one was like his timeline of that was like really, really wrong. And then at that point, I was like, it didn't seem like it made like that threat could have happened either. So I don't really know. Like I'm really distrustful, like with this whole event, especially after the Jeremiah stuff too. Like even though they're under oath, like during the trial, I'm like really distrustful of witness testimony, especially if there's no like video of it. So yeah.
One of the problems too is, as it gets longer time between the event and the trial, one of the things that happens, I don't know how much you all have studied memory, but you cannot recall a memory without changing it, which means that every time you think about what happened, you actually subtly change what you remember happened. And if you're in the middle of an event like this, you probably think about it a lot. So, I'm not saying who's lying, telling the truth, or what have you, but you can, as time goes on, your memory drifts more and more, and the things you think about more drift further and faster. It's a weird memory thing.
That is very true. And I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't feel that if the conversation had taken place a little longer after that, because that's like Liberal Dan's big jolly, is that he thinks that, that Binger meant that he did, because he didn't say it exactly when he said it on the stand or whatever. I'm like, yeah, dude, you're talking about a year ago. That doesn't mean the event didn't take place. It means it might have moved a little bit. That's why I wanted to know what Rosenbaum was saying to them, because he was standing right there with the chain in his hand, and that would have been a good opportunity for him to have said what it is that we believe he said.
Yeah. 100%. Guys, we are at over 4 hours. I'm thinking about like closing up. If someone has any questions, like be it like in the audience, or with you guys, if you have anything that you would like to say, now's the time to speak up.
Let me go ahead and do that since I've been streaming longer than anybody here today. Not by choice. First of all, guys, if you're tuning into this stream, the version of the Glowicki debate has been taken down due to copyright, but I was able to grab it and I'm currently editing it, so it'll be back up. In the meantime, the whole thing is still on Rumble, which is one of the reasons I keep telling you guys to subscribe to me on Rumble, so when YouTube pulls its hijinks, it doesn't affect my content. Secondly, make sure that if you haven't already, that you subscribe to everybody on this channel and smack their like buttons, so that they can, help fight the algorithm. You guys like what we're doing? That's like the smallest thing you can do to give a thank you, because we're still small channels. And this is one of the other things that, Neo Unrealist pointed out to me, because he's got like 30,000 and he's been at this for a long time. He definitely should have gotten more. YouTube is doing things to try to constrain how fast people get subscribers now. So we're going to need your help. It's just that simple. Like back when he was doing it, he got in the very tail end of back when you could get like 10, 20,000 very quickly. Now, in order to do that, you could be at it for 5-6 years. So if you like what it is that you're hearing, then you're going to have to share us. It really comes down to that. That really is the best way for us to get the best, treatment on this algorithm. It's not going to come from YouTube itself. And finally, it was good to finally talk to Orcanut. That was interesting to meet you. I hope that you and I could perhaps do a stream sometime specifically just to talk about your work on that crazy good video. Same thing with all the other panelists I talked to today. It was good. And because I plan on doing some panels just to discuss current events, they won't always have to be Rittenhouse oriented. So, but thank you very much, guys.
Yep. Definitely. What about you? Anyone with Johnny? Something like you would like to?
Yeah, I'm trying to get kind of turned in here. You said this was going to be about drinks and celebration, but I think I'm the only one drinking.
No, you're not. But that's my bad. Sucking like at managing these big panels.
Yeah, it's kind of late for me here. I've had a whole bunch of Evan Williams down me, and I think I'm going to go ahead and depart. I really enjoyed it though. It was a great discussion, and hope to talk to you guys more in the future here.
Yeah, if I may, just quickly, before I others, Orkanat, I just wanted to ask, was there something that you wish that I would have used some footage or covered, like that I didn't? For example, I don't know if you were familiar with what I was going over and stuff.
I haven't seen
using, for example,
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But all right, like it is, let me rephrase it. Was there a piece of footage that you found that you were like, oh, I really wish this would be known to the public?
I don't think too much of it. Like, I mean, even just thinking back to the trial, initially, especially in the opening argument, opening statements, like when I saw some of the stuff that the defense put up that was taken from my video, I was really confused because sometimes I was just like, what? There wasn't any analysis or any synchronization, right? Like they showed the part with where Rittenhouse goes up to the police and then the police tell him to turn around. I think they even showed part of the second shooting, which is the Brendan Gutenschwager video, and I was just like, wait, but these are only single sources. Like, what's the point of using my video? And then they had some screenshots. So I was really kind of confused, or I was initially kind of disappointed because I was just like, oh, there was no point in using my video specifically. But I mean, I think when Dr. Kelly went up, they actually looked at that part of where I synchronized the 4 videos for the first shooting. So I guess that was nice. I don't think there was anything too crazy. I know this is one of the things that Darth Crypto brought up, with the Kindries, where there was that Mike Nichols video from around 7 o'clock where Rittenhouse and the Kindries are already at Car Doctor. So I didn't really think of it at the time because when I was watching the testimony, I I didn't really think at the time that the Kinjis were necessarily perjuring. Like I thought they were just like kind of really skirting around, like, oh, we were there, but we didn't ask them to do anything, which was not very believable. But technically, the video doesn't really prove anything. But I think they brought up that Anmol or Sam did end up like said something contradictory to the video. So I think there was that, but that was there since like we had that video since like last December. So I thought the defense already had it, but yeah. There was something about the phone. I think that in the closing statements or something, the prosecution brought up something about like the phone call where like Dominic or Nick called, like why did Kyle like run off to the car source with the fire extinguisher in the first place? And then there was something about like a phone call. So I was like, there's this video footage of it and of Kyle walking around the gas station and like looking and like where Balch is. So I feel like they could have shown that, but it wasn't really necessary, I think. But yeah.
Well, fair enough. Burn, you have something like fun to ask, say, whatever?
Yeah, just been a fun conversation. I've enjoyed being here. Sorry, I kind of threw things off when I came back. I heard a point that I was like, oh, I got to get back on. Screw sleep. So, again, you guys can check out my channel, Bernewski. Just, trying to bring common sense into a world full of crazy people. And in regards to Kyle Rittenhouse, I'm happy that he's, free. And I'll be following you guys moving forward, like Logical Checkmate, Johnny Walker Dread, V Radio. You other guys I just met you tonight, I'll be following you as well, especially Johnny Walker Dread's coverage of Dominic Black, because I'm really interested to see where that goes moving forward and the legal ramifications of what he's being charged with. But other than that, good riddance to Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber, and Kyle is free as fuck.
I did have one quick thing to add there real quick is just, I know that like the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is kind of what brought us all together, but I hope that we continue to stay in tune with each other's content and everything. And I'm going to continue to try to, push people to check out your channels. Because I don't know what your content was like outside of this, but I think most of my stuff is probably stuff that Johnny would want to watch and Logic would want to watch, Bernewski. So it's been great, meeting you guys. It was a great experience. So I really appreciate it.
Yep, definitely. What about you guys, like Orkanat? And let's go with you first, Orkanat, if you have something like final to say.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's pretty cool. I would say I don't really need to plug my thing. You guys can subscribe or follow or whatever, but I don't think once I wrap up the Rittenhouse stuff, I don't foresee that I'm going to be posting really anything. So,
you sure? I don't know, dude. You put a lot of time into that. You're not going to like get the bug to want to do it again? I don't know. You sure?
It would be pretty event specific. It would have to be something where all the narrative and the stuff is like completely in defiance of what the videos show.
You should check out Mary Todd's channel because I think that you'd like her content. Go ahead.
Just matter of time, just saying, before something like that pops up again. So what about you, Saron? Do you have something to say, like at the end, some question or something?
Well, I'll say the first thing, I'm going to start taking fashion tips from Johnny Walker Dread. I love that outfit.
He is the only one who looks like he's actually at a party.
Yeah, and drinking like I'm at a party.
Hey, I'm drinking, Johnny. I'm drinking.
I smoked a couple of Victory cigars.
Cheers.
I'm so glad I found you guys because when I started on this from the opposite perspective, white supremacist kind of thing, right? And when the New York Times article came out and changed my mind, you ever wonder if the only sane person in the world thinks they're crazy? That's kind of the way I felt after reading that. And then eventually found you guys, Johnny and V Radio and Orkanut. Your stuff was great. Bernowski, this is the first time I've met you. But I realized I'm not crazy. So thank you for proving that I'm not crazy, at least about this.
And the jury proved you weren't crazy either.
Yeah, and No, that was Leaf. We had here, but just quickly, guys, did your spouses were kind of like, oh my god, shut the fuck up about Kyle Rittenhouse finally, or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But we do need to pick up the slack for Dominique Black, though.
You know, somebody else you should bring in on that then, Johnny Walker Dread, will be strange bedfellows for you, would be Paul Katz.
That's interesting, yeah.
Because I think he would be interested. And that's another guy I wish we could have had on the stream, because he came the full gauntlet, man, and then he came around and he was just as pushing as the rest of us towards the end.
Yeah, it's a good choice. Well, we really need to get the case of Dominic Black in front of Rikita Law, and like Nate the lawyer and like Robert Gruler, because they can really help a lot in getting some funds for this kid, because he's going to need it. We got to beat Binger. We got to smash that dude.
And his stupid haircut.
I've never hated someone so much, and I don't hate anybody. I don't hate Obama. I don't hate Trump. I don't hate Biden. But I hate that son of a bitch Binger.
I don't blame you.
I really do.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, guys, we're gonna wrap this up. So it was lovely that you had us on. Thanks a lot to all of the community that formed around our channels and this thing, so because we could not do this without you. So thanks again. And I'll catch you, like in the next one. So until next time, cheers, mates.
Hey, Logical, can you hang around for a minute after everybody leaves?
Yes.
Okay.
That's actually,
Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.